Chapter 669. Under the night sky of the endless sea realm. The dragon tribe was suffering the humiliation they had never experienced in their lives. They were being whipped. They were being whipped. The red whip, which was like a demon in their eyes, kept falling on them. The strong defense they were proud of had become a joke. An electric pain filled his entire body. For the first time, the proud dragon tribe lowered their noble heads so that they wouldn't be whipped by the demon. They were afraid. They were really afraid. This was a nightmare they would never forget. The whip in the other party's hand was like a great killing weapon. They didn't dare to move or even escape. They had learned from their mistakes and didn't dare to act recklessly. Despicable human, I will kill you! Dragon Overlord Body rushed up again, trying to snatch Nightmare's red whip. Pa! Pa! The whip hit him strangely and he fell into the water again. Long Batian didn't know how many times he had fallen into the water. Was it the 10th or the 20th time? The humiliation he had never experienced before was written on his face. It was hard for him to swallow it. What is that whip? Why does it look so familiar to me? Long Batian was constantly whipped. His strong defense was now useless. He even lost the legendary first defense on the continent. Fear was already in the depths of Long Batian's soul. It was an indelible imprint. The dignified leader of the dragon tribe was being whipped by a human. The strange whip suppressed his strength. It was as if he was not facing a whip, but a terrifying demon king. After falling into the water again, Long Batian didn't dare to move. What's wrong? You don't want to continue? Lin Fei was having a good time whipping. It was a great feeling. No wonder the Dragon King's words were so reasonable. If you don't accept it, keep whipping. If you resist, keep whipping until you accept it. Do you think I'll let you whip me? Long Batian was full of resentment. These words represented the thoughts of all the dragons. Among those present, Long Batian was the most miserable. His skin and flesh were torn. More importantly, with their strong defense, they couldn't recover quickly. They were shrouded by a mysterious power which was the weirdest thing. F***ck, they knew not to resist. It was too boring. Before Lin Fei could have his fill, the Dragon Clan had already lowered their heads. Since the other party had given in, it was time for the second scene to begin. After all, 3 days had passed. Looks like you're smart. Lin Fei laughed, but then he changed the topic and started scolding. Long Batian, you're really good at being the clan leader. You've really thrown away your family. Do you know what the whip in my hand is? If it was any other time, the other giant dragons would have rushed to the chief's door to kill him if he was insulted by a human. He wanted to use his strength to tell the other party. But now, all of them lowered their heads like children who had done something wrong. They didn't dare to say a single word. That kind of terrifying pain was something they didn't want to experience again in their lives. Clan leader, just suffer a bit. Lin Fei lashed out with his whip, and Long Batian suffered another lash. It was a heart-wrenching pain. The more times he was whipped, the greater the pain. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. It was too scary. Fortunately, they didn't say anything just now. What right do you have to slap me? Long Batian complained. Both Great Elder and Sentencing Elder shut their mouth. Their pride was completely shattered by the whip. If they had to kill someone now, they wouldn't hesitate, as long as they stayed away from this terrifying demon. Who asked you not to recognize this thing? If I don't whip you, who else should I whip? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Do you remember now? Can I say I don't remember? Long Batian hesitated, and the whip fell again, sending him flying into the water like a drowned rat. Great Elder, do you know? Lin Fei's gaze shifted as he played with the whip. Great Elder's body began to tremble. Can I think about it? Unsurprisingly, Great Elder also cried out from the whip. He couldn't bear the pain, and he realized that every time the whip fell, the pain would multiply. It was too torturous. Looks like you don't know either. Sentencing Elder also suffered a lash. The other giant dragons shrunk their heads, regretting now that they had provoked this human demon. The giant dragons vaguely remembered that this whip had something to do with the dragon race. Long Batian, Great Elder, and the others cursed him 10,000 times in their hearts after being whipped once, but they still quickly thought about the whip's origin. An hour later, Long Batian, who was in unbearable pain, suddenly changed his expression. He stared at the red whip. "How did you get our dragon binding rope?" Dragon binding rope? The group of colossal dragons were confused. What was that thing? Long Batian was truly angered to death by them, but he was shocked. This was the lost treasure of the dragon race. How could it appear in the hands of this human? Could it be a punishment immortal artifact? Great Elder's expression changed as well, and he subconsciously shivered. How could such a treasure of information fall into the hands of a human? What? This is a punishment immortal artifact? The massive dragons were flabbergasted. Then, fear spread out from their hearts. All giant dragons on Dragon Island had to learn the rules of the dragon race from birth. One of the rules was that if they made a mistake, they would be whipped by punishment immortal artifact. It was a pity that they did not know what punishment immortal artifact was. Right now, they finally understood that this immortal weapon of punishment was a terrifying whip that whipped their hearts and minds, their bodies, their pride, and everything about them. Not bad, you finally remember. Lin Fei snorted coldly, and the whip did not stop. It turned into a red light that whipped everyone, and there was another wave of miserable screams. "Who are you?" Long Batian was extremely agitated, because a bad thought appeared in his mind. "Humph, after so many years, it seems that you have forgotten that there is a dragon king above you all." The giant dragons, including Long Batian, Great Elder, and the others, were shocked. When Long Batian said that it was a punishment immortal artifact, they vaguely guessed something, but they could not connect the two together. The difference was too great, so great that they could not connect the dots. "Dragon King, how is this possible?" one of the giant dragons said. In return, they received a whip from Lin Fei. Everyone was whipped. "You have ruined the reputation of the dragon race," Lin Fei said. "I hate you so much that I will whip you to death." Long Batian and the others did not know what to do. Chapter 670. Dragon King. This was a name that they had almost forgotten. If the chief had not mentioned it, they would have forgotten that there was a Dragon King in their dragon clan. The Dragon King was a Dragon King specially arranged by the Upper Realm to better lead the Dragon Clan. Back then, it was precisely because of the Dragon King that the Dragon Clan truly had a place on the mainland. Later on, they became a dominant force. At that time, the dragon race was very powerful. At that time, the dragon race was above all the major forces. In this, the Dragon King played an important role. Everyone had to be convinced of their superiority. Only then would there be a powerful dragon clan. However, with the disappearance of the Dragon King, the powerful dragon race stopped advancing. After 1,000 years, they believed that something had happened to the Dragon King and kept praying to the Upper Realm. But in the end, it was to no avail. The elders of the Dragon Clan all had their eyes on the position of the Dragon King. The Dragon King was the one with the greatest authority in the dragon race. He could rule over the entire dragon race. For the position of Dragon King, no one wanted to fall behind. The competition was fierce. After the incident, no one was willing to accept the position of Dragon King. They believed that in order to become a Dragon King, one must have the dragon binding chain. This was a punishing celestial artifact. Otherwise, no matter who became the Dragon King, they would not be convinced. The dragon binding chain itself was a proof of being a Dragon King. Without a punishing celestial artifact, would one be considered a Dragon King? With a reason, the position of Dragon King was still empty. Everyone in the Dragon Clan, be it the elders or the deacons, sent people out to search for the dragon binding rope in an attempt to become the second Dragon King. Things did not go according to plan. After 10,000 years, the dragon binding rope had disappeared without a trace, and not a single clue had been left behind. They believed that the dragon taming chain had disappeared along with the Dragon King. The dragon taming chain was one of the most important pieces of evidence of the Dragon King. At the same time, it was also something that he always carried with him. The dragon taming rope could not be found. After a long time, no one had the intention to touch the Dragon King anymore. Unless the dragon binding rope appeared, they would not be willing to become the Dragon King. Time passed. In the beginning, there were still people looking for it. However, as time went on, people stopped looking for it. The position of the Dragon King was gradually forgotten. At the same time, there was also the punishment immortal item, the dragon binding rope. But now, the dragon binding rope had appeared. According to the legends, it was an immortal artifact specially used to punish the Dragon Clan. This was the first time they had experienced it. It was an indescribable pain that could not be erased for the rest of their lives. Dragon King? This human before him was the Dragon King? As soon as this thought appeared, he could not stop it. The dragon binding rope could not be used by humans. Only those with dragon blood could use it. Dragon King? The disappeared Dragon King? If it was the Dragon King, he indeed had the right to slap them. The group of colossal dragons felt uneasy. If it was really the Dragon King, they did not dare to continue thinking about it. You were in the mood to fight just now. How did you become mute all of a sudden? Lin Fei roared and lashed out with his whip. The snapping sounds were like the roar of a demon, scaring them into sweating profusely. Are you really the Dragon King? Long Batian restrained himself and carefully probed, even though he was almost there. Pa! Lin Fei's whip landed on Long Batian's body, causing him to tremble. What a blind guy! Lin Fei said angrily, come here. The 8-divisional pagoda flew out of Long Batian's body and landed on Lin Fei's palm. The 8-divisional pagoda is a treasure of the dragon tribe. You can't even use the last few levels. What a disgrace! At this moment, no one would complain for the Dragon King. The human in front of them, no, the dragon was most likely the Dragon King. Even if he was not the first Dragon King, he was the second Dragon King with the punishment immortal equipment. There was no mistaking it. You can control the 8-divisional pagoda. Long Batian felt as if he was struck by lightning. He lowered his head in shame. The 8-divisional pagoda did have a few ways to attack. Unfortunately, with the disappearance of the first Dragon King, the method to activate it was lost. As such, he felt like crying. If Long Batian was still doubtful before, he was now 80% sure that the other party was the Dragon King. Humph, how can I not know the 8-divisional pagoda of the Dragon Realm? Lin Fei was delighted. Everything was going according to plan. You guys are a bunch of useless fools. Look at what the Dragon Tribe has become in your hand. Pa. The group of colossal dragons once again experienced the feeling of being electrocuted. This time, they didn't have any anger. Whoosh! Lin Fei turned into a dragon man. His body was covered in dragon scales. He no longer concealed the aura of the Azure Dragon. His Azure Dragon bloodline was noble, and they immediately felt the pressure on their souls. It was an innate pressure of noble bloodline. Long Batian greets the Dragon King. Long Batian knelt down, cold sweat rolling down his face. This was the real Dragon King. Other than the Dragon King, who else could control the dragon taming rope? Who else could have such a noble bloodline? It was something that no human could imitate. Luckily, I refined a drop of Azure Dragon divine blood and fooled them. Lin Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. He believed that from now on, his position as the Dragon King was stable. Lin Fei's impersonation of the dragon taming rope was actually very risky. Whether the dragon taming rope was as powerful as the legends said, Lin Fei was not sure. He only knew after it worked. Even if he could not become the Dragon King, the dragon taming rope in his hands was enough to suppress the dragon tribe. The one who wanted to vomit blood the most was Long Xiao. He was the first Dragon King, but all of it was given to Lin Fei. In the end, he almost lost his life. Hundreds of giant dragons prostrated themselves. It was a spectacular sight. Lin Fei felt a great sense of accomplishment. This was the strongest race on the continent, and there was no other. I'll let you off this time. Lin Fei kept the dragon taming rope. As for the 8-divisional pagoda, he would keep it first. If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as a few whips. I'll make you suffer 100 times. SSS. All the giant dragons sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with fear. 10 whips was enough to make them wish they were dead. Over 100 whips, no matter how strong they would be on their last breaths and could die at any time. In the past, they did not think much of the punishment immortal artifact. After trying it, they still had lingering fears. They cursed the originator of the punishment immortal artifact countless times. Lin Fei returned to his original appearance and removed his black hood, revealing his true face. It's you, Demon Lin. The punishment elder did not stop in time and called out the other party's name. Unsurprisingly, the punishment elder was struck by the whip. The pain was so great that he clenched his teeth so hard that he nearly crushed his teeth. Everyone was shocked. Everyone on Dragon Island knew of Demon Lin. He had killed Deacon Long, and they were prepared to take revenge on him. But in the blink of an eye, there was such a drastic change. Humph, that's my alias in the human race. Lin Fei's gaze was as sharp as a knife. The giant dragons did not dare to raise their heads. They rejoiced that they did not attack the Dragon King. Long Batian, the first elder, and the others were also rejoicing. They knew of Demon Lin. He was an extremely cruel fellow who had even killed one of their deacons. Now it seemed that Long Tianyi had asked for it. He dared to offend even the Dragon King. He could only blame his bad luck for offending the Dragon King. They also had many questions in their hearts. At this moment, their hearts were filled with fear. How would they dare to ask? The second Dragon King was even more cruel. If he was slightly unhappy, he would whip them. Little did they know that Long Xiao, the first Dragon King, had also whipped the dragon race, imprinting the rules deep in their souls. Lin Fei held the punishment celestial artifact and whipped them continuously. Subconsciously, he felt that it was right. Tell them to go back first. Spread the news of what happened today, and anyone who disobeys will be whipped 100 times. Lin Fei had already placed himself in the Dragon King's shoes. Long Batian hollered, "Did you hear that? If anyone finds out, I will whip you to death." Everyone shuddered. We understand. They were even more afraid. No matter what, they would not speak of this matter and would keep their mouths shut. One chief was enough for them to suffer. If they offended the Dragon King, they would be whipped 100 times. That kind of pain would be worse than suicide. More than 100 giant dragons had come menacingly. At this moment, their faces were full of fear. Hearing this, they felt as if they had been pardoned. They flew away quickly, afraid that they would be the last to be whipped. These bastards! Long Batian had already started cursing. Lord Dragon King, if you return to the dragon race, we will definitely reach the peak again under your leadership. The first elder was already sucking up to him. He wanted to leave a good impression first. I heard that the dragon race is going to ally with outsiders. Is that true? Lin Fei asked indifferently. Upon hearing this question, Long Batian and the others' faces turned pale. Lord Dragon King, let me explain. Long Batian was afraid of being whipped again, so he hurriedly explained, Lord Dragon King has not been around these years, and the dragon race has not interfered in the affairs of the mainland. But this time we think that this is an opportunity to expand our influence. Actually, the alliance between the dragon race and the human race was just a wild guess by Lin Fei. He was scared out of his wits. Humph! Humans are all a bunch of cunning fellows. With your fiery tempers, even after being sold, you still want to help them earn money. Lin Fei coldly snorted. They were the ones who took the initiative to invite you and then elected you as the Alliance Master. Lord Dragon King, you even know this. Long Batian realized that he had said the wrong thing. Everyone knows about your petty cleverness, Lin Fei said. Originally, I had no interest in the dragon race. But after all, we are of the same bloodline. If the dragon race is gone in the Xiantian continent, the higher-ups will not look good. That's why I came out to meet you. This time, they finally understood. Lord Dragon King already knew why people broke into the dragon's tomb. Lord Dragon King is a good person. He is always paying attention to the dragon race. Long Batian's eyes were filled with cold sweat. It was as if he had found an organization. Chapter 671. What a hateful boy! Long Xiao, who was suppressed, vomited blood. Under the final attack of the 8-sectioned pagoda, Lin Fei collected the last trace of his true spirit. He was not dead, but for Long Xiao, his vitality was greatly damaged and he lost the ability to resist. Even a low-level demon beast could bare its fangs and brandish its claws at Long Xiao. Originally, the power of the Dragon Clan could be a great help to Long Xiao, but now he could only watch helplessly. There was nothing more miserable than this. The most excessive thing was that Lin Fei could not help but force him to listen on the side. You are a bunch of fools, the stupidest fools in the world. An outsider scared you away. It's a disgrace to the Dragon Clan. If Long Xiao could go out, he would want to slap them to death. Speaking of which, Long Xiao was also very helpless. This boy had the right time and place, and he had to pretend. If he did not trick the other party, if he did not want to occupy the other party's body, Long Xiao regretted that he even became a prisoner. Everything in front of him originally belonged to Long Xiao, but now it was stolen by others, and he could only watch helplessly. By the way, this boy absorbed such a huge amount of energy. Why didn't Heaven's retribution fall and kill this damn guy? Suddenly, Long Xiao felt that he seemed to have neglected a very important thing. Heaven's retribution, the damn Heaven's retribution did not appear. All the essence of the Dragon Clan was devoured by the other party, but now the Heaven's retribution did not appear. Strange, really strange. He could not figure out what was going on. If the Heaven's retribution fell, it could at least make the other party suffer. Long Xiao had never seen that the Heaven's retribution did not fall after absorbing such a huge amount of energy. He almost wondered if this guy was a bottomless pit. What was the origin of this guy? Was he transformed from a demon beast and had the ability to swallow the sky? He must keep a close eye on him. Lord Dragon King, now that everyone has come to the Continental Alliance Conference, what should we do next? Long Batian had completely lost his temper. After suffering so many lashes, he still had a lingering fear. He dared not disobey the Dragon King's words. After you go back, pretend that nothing happened. Lin Fei said, do whatever you want to do next. Is this appropriate? Great Elder asked. They had originally thought that after the Dragon King returned, he would teach the human race a lesson and display the power of the dragon race once again. They did not expect to hear such an order. What do you know? Lin Fei glared at them. There's a saying in the human race that's right. The one who laughs last is the winner. How long do you think we should laugh? I understand. Sentencing Patriarch said excitedly. Finally, he found a chance to speak. We purposely let the human tribe be happy first, and then destroy them in the end. Is that what His Excellency Dragon King is planning? Yo, this fellow can still understand. Punishment Elder is right. That's exactly what I meant. Lin Fei praised. After you guys go back, continue what you dare to do. I've been a demon for a long time, so don't show any flaws, lest all your efforts go to waste. Rest assured, Lord Dragon King. We will definitely do as you say. We'll pretend that we don't know the Dragon King. You guys go back. I believe they're getting impatient. Lin Fei waved his hand and sent them away. Long Batian, Great Elder and the rest did not dare to say anything. Since the Dragon King had spoken, they should hurry up and leave. The sea was silent. If not for the remnant dragon might, no one would know what had happened here. Good boy, they're finally gone. It's time to see my reward. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and tore open the void, disappearing on the spot. His Excellency Dragon King is really scary. As he said this, Great Elder looked back secretly, afraid that the Dragon King was still behind him. Indeed, the legendary punishment Immortal Equipment lives up to its name. It was indeed made to suppress the dragon race. Even now I still have lingering fears. Sentencing Elder was also on tenterhooks. This kind of thing happened once, and it was enough to scare them. Do you guys suspect that this Dragon King is fake? Long Batian asked carefully. Great Elder and Sentencing Elder shook their heads like a rattledrum. Patriarch, do you think we can deal with someone as powerful as him? The first Elder's words struck at Long Batian's weak spot. Yes, could they deal with such a person? Long Batian did have his doubts. The Dragon King had appeared at the wrong time. He could not have appeared earlier or later, but at this moment. He even made use of their attacks to help him accomplish something big, while they were the ones who were exhausted. That was why he had this doubt. Chief, unless he's from the upper world, the Dragon King is the Dragon King. Moreover, his bloodline is nobler than ours. It's a bloodline that we can't compare to. Great Elder continued. There's such a Dragon King? Do you think he's bad? No matter what the reason is, he's the Dragon King to us. He has a noble bloodline and an punishment Immortal Equipment. What else can we ask for? Long Batian calmed down and thought it through. We took a wrong turn just now. Thank you for reminding us. Long Batian thought it through. To us, the Dragon King is beneficial to the Dragon Clan. If he wants to make use of us, why can't we make use of him? Chief is right. Whether he's the real Dragon King or not, it's fine as long as he's helpful to the Dragon Clan. Sentencing Elder also spoke up. You guys seem to have overlooked something. This Demon Lin is the famous city lord of the mythical city. As our Dragon King, don't you think the Dragon King should take care of the Dragon Clan? Long Batian and Great Elder's eyes lit up. They had overlooked something previously, and that was the identity of the Dragon King. Now that they thought about it, they understood the significance of it. I heard that the mythical tower has many elixirs. The Dragon Clan is naturally strong, but we need a long time to cultivate. If the Dragon King takes out some elixirs, the strength of the Dragon Clan can be raised to another level. Long Batian's first impression was of the elixirs of the mythical tower. Great Elder smiled. The Dragon King is very beneficial to us. When we return, we must do as the Dragon King says. It's not easy to come across such a good thing. Who said that the Dragon Clan was hot-tempered and only knew how to use force? When they were smart, they were rather smart. Chapter 672. The Dragon Tribe is so gullible. Lin Fei muttered as he left. He had thought that it would be difficult and that he would have to put in a lot of effort. The Dragon Tribe was one of a kind on the continent, but they were taken down with just a few words. He even got addicted to it and gave them a good beating. This was not something that he could come across often. Lin Fei loved the dragon taming rope so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. He suspected that the person who made it was also for the sake of getting addicted to it. After leaving the area, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go back. He had his doppelganger, so there was nothing to do for the time being. After finding a safe place, Lin Fei entered the Divine Flame dimension. He transformed into seawater and flowed with it. I can't believe that I've finally become a sky immortal after a few decades. Lin Fei thought that it was incredible. He had accumulated a lot and was not something that an ordinary sky immortal could compare to. Dragon Roar did not absorb the essence of the Dragon Tomb for nothing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that he could break through to the Golden Immortal Realm. The 8 divisional pagoda's attacks constantly refined Dragon Roar's huge energy. It was hard not to break through. This was all thanks to the Dragon Tribe. In the entire continent, only the Dragon Tribe had the capital to do so. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the Sky Immortal realm. After opening the system, Lin Fei heard what he loved to hear. Then, he saw his stagnant points increase rapidly. He had 100 billion points. This was awesome. This was the first time that Lin Fei had obtained so many points. 100 billion points. This was such a huge number that he could buy a lot of high-end treasures. He didn't have to watch anymore. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for becoming a Sky Immortal. Upgrade system will be updated. Please wait a moment. Lin Fei was ejected from the system. He was very surprised. No way, the system can be updated? Ever since Lin Fei had obtained the system, he had never seen the system update. Why would it suddenly say that it had been updated? He couldn't help but look forward to it. Usually when the system is updated, there will be new things. I wonder if my system is like this. For the first time, 5 minutes felt like an eternity to Lin Fei. Ding! Upgrade system update complete. You can enter now. Lin Fei couldn't wait to go in. He wanted to know what new things would appear after the system update. He turned on the system. Ding! The upgrade system update has been completed. There is still 1 year until the time of ascension. Please make your preparations. After opening the system, the first message that popped up was none other than a reminder of the time of his ascension. Lin Fei could clearly see the number next to it, 365 days. F***ck. I haven't even crossed the tribulation and I'm going to ascend? Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. This didn't make sense. In the Xiantian continent, in theory, to ascend, one had to pass the heavenly tribulation. But he clearly hadn't passed the heavenly tribulation yet, so why was he about to ascend? And it was only for a year. It seemed longer than the others, but Lin Fei was still unhappy. What a scam. Lin Fei really didn't want to ascend. His daughter was only 1 year old. Ding! Player Lin Fei has accumulated a total of 3 lottery chances, plus 1 lucky draw. It will be unlocked after ascending. Lin Fei was dumbfounded again. Wasn't it good to draw now? Why did he have to ascend to the heavenly realm? Alright, so be it. There was nothing he could do about it. He originally thought that no news would pop up. In the end, a third message popped up. Ding! Player Lin Fei, please choose your Ascension profession identity. Lin Fei was suddenly full of questions. Ascension profession? Was there a choice? Lin Fei was absent-minded. An image appeared in front of him. On the left, there was a dancing golden dragon. On the left, there was a celestial body. On the left, there was a rippling demonic chi. This time, Lin Fei was surprised. After pondering for a while, he seemed to understand something. Could it be that the system blocked the heavenly tribulation and I can choose my physique? Lin Fei knew that if he succeeded in crossing the heavenly tribulation, his physique would become the celestial body. As the saying goes, the celestial body is truly immortal. But the celestial body? Lin Fei was quite surprised. Celestial body existed, but what was the celestial body? He was full of questions. Players have 10 seconds to make their choice. A reminder time popped up. Was the celestial body better or the celestial body better? Lin Fei frowned. He really couldn't choose. I choose the celestial body. Although he didn't know what the celestial body was, the name seemed to be more impressive than the celestial body. Everyone had the celestial body. If he chose the celestial body, it would be more impressive. Ding! Congratulations, player has successfully chosen the celestial body. Ding! Celestial body transformation begins, duration, 1 day. Ding! Transformation begins. Lin Fei felt his vision go black and he directly fainted. Before he lost consciousness, he cursed, "Damn, isn't it just transformation? Why did you have to make me faint?" Dragon Island. Originally, the Continent Alliance Conference was going to be carried out as scheduled. However, 3 days ago, the elites of the dragon race went out to hunt someone. In the end, they didn't return. At this moment, the major forces on Dragon Island began to guess who was worthy of the Dragon Clan's mobilization. The rumor of the dragon grass also spread. After a full 3 days, the dragon race finally returned. Although everyone had a bellyful of anger, they didn't dare to ask anything. They only knew that the black-faced dragon race chief had returned, and they didn't mention anything about this trip. Many people guessed that the matter within was thought-provoking. Dragon grass was a sacred grass that grew in the dragon tomb. Who could steal it? Many major powers suspected that there was a traitor in the dragon race who stole the dragon grass. When the dragon race chief returned to Dragon Island, the big shots of the major powers came to visit. In fact, they wanted to know when the Continent Alliance Conference would begin. Of course, they also wanted to get to the bottom of what happened along the way. However, this time, Long Batian kept his mouth shut. No matter how they tried to eavesdrop, they still didn't get any result. The Continent Alliance Conference would begin a day later. It could be considered a confirmed time. This was something to be happy about. Although they really wanted to know what happened on Dragon Island, the Continent Alliance Conference was also very important. These humans are all scheming. As expected, they aren't good people. After they left, Long Batian's face darkened. It won't be that easy to get information from me. At this time, the Great Elder came in. Chief, someone from the Celestial Gate wishes to see you. Celestial Gate? What's there to see? I won't see you. Long Batian shook his head. I think it's better for Chief to see you. The Great Elder said. Why? The Celestial Gate has a grudge against Lord Dragon King. Especially the Taoist gentleman who wishes to see you tonight. He has a lot of resentment towards Lord Dragon King. It's said that he suffered a loss at the hands of Lord Dragon King. There's a saying in the human race, don't go to the Temple of Three Treasures. This guy must have an unspeakable secret. It's not a bad thing to meet him. Long Batian's eyes lit up. Then bring him in. The Taoist gentleman came in alone without any subordinate. A heaven immortal didn't need any subordinate. He could go anywhere in the world, and was already a top expert of the continent. Celestial Gentleman of the Celestial Gate greets Chief Dragon. After entering, the Taoist gentleman cupped his hands and smiled. In this aspect, being polite was the way of a gentleman. Please sit. Long Batian was expressionless. After all, everyone knew that something big had happened to the Dragon Clan. Long Batian's expression was very normal. No one would suspect anything because of this. I heard that something unpleasant happened to the Dragon Clan. If there's anything you need help with, Chief Dragon, just say the word. Our Celestial Gate will definitely help. The Taoist gentleman was very good with words. He immediately expressed his goodwill. Long Batian's face darkened a bit. Many thanks for the Celestial Gate's good intentions. The matter is almost settled. There's no need to trouble the Celestial Gate. May I know what business Taoist gentleman has with us? The Taoist gentleman didn't want to pry anything. He smiled and said, I would like to ask Chief Dragon to help us in the election of the Alliance leader. After the election, the Celestial Gate will reward you handsomely. I can't do anything about the Alliance leader. Long Batian shook his head. You know that our Dragon Clan has never interfered in such matters. The Taoist gentleman's face was still full of smiles. I heard that the Dragon Clan used to have a punishment immortal tool, the Dragon Binding Rope. What if the Celestial Gate thanked you with the Dragon Binding Rope? Moreover, a certain deacon of the Dragon Clan recently lost his life to someone. I can help you deal with this person. Consider it a token of our Celestial Gate's sincerity. Bastard! What a motherf asterisk king bastard! Long Batian cursed in his heart. This guy is truly vicious. He even named himself the Taoist gentleman. What a despicable person. The Dragon Binding Rope? It's already in the hands of the Dragon King, yet you still want to kill him. You really aren't a good person. If it was before, Long Batian might have considered it. After all, the dragon binding rope was too important. It was related to the Dragon King's position. He might really help. However, after suffering from the dragon binding rope's whip, it was still fresh in Long Bation's mind. He wanted to curse out loud. "You don't have to trick me. Do you really think I'm a fool?" Long Bation's hesitant expression caused the Taoist gentleman to feel very indifferent. He believed that Long Bation would definitely agree. As long as he had the Dragon Clan's help, his chances of winning the Alliance leader position would be much higher. The dragon binding rope is no longer an extravagant request from the dragon binding rope. The time is not right. Don't think about it. As for the enemy who killed the Dragon Clan, we will naturally take action. There's no need to trouble the Celestial Gate. Long Bation's face darkened. Send the guest off. The Taoist gentleman's expression froze. He didn't expect Long Bation to not care about the dragon binding rope. Could it be that Long Bation knew that the dragon binding rope had truly disappeared from this world? His heart was filled with doubts. "Dragon Clan leader, please reconsider." The Taoist gentleman stood up. "There's no need. What will come sooner or later." The Taoist gentleman had no choice but to take his leave. Chapter 673. The forces that had been holding back for 3 days were finally free. 3 days ago, for some reason, the dragon race moved out for 3 days. They had been stifled for 3 days, almost suffocating to the point of bleeding. Only the dragon race could make them feel restraining fear. On the day of the Continental Alliance's conference, the sky above the Dragon Island was filled with clouds. It was a piece of clear sky. It was a pretty good weather. If it weren't for the fact that something had happened to the Dragon Clan, perhaps everyone's thoughts would be on the Continental Alliance conference. Fortunately, everyone's thoughts were also focused on the Continental Alliance conference. It's finally starting. That's right. If we don't convene it soon, we'll all get sick from holding it in. It's all the dragon race's fault. They went out for 3 days without telling us what happened. Do you want to die? If the elders of the Dragon Clan hear this, I guarantee that you won't have a good ending. On the Dragon Island, everyone regained their freedom and headed for the meeting room in groups of 3 to 5. Who didn't want to know about the internal changes of the dragon race? In private, everyone would still discuss it. Even though they had their own guesses, if the dragon race didn't say anything, they could only stare. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have suspected that something big had happened. Furthermore, Long Bation had kept his mouth shut after he returned, which showed that something was not right. Did you see that? Taoist gentleman of the 10 outstanding heroes has already become a heavenly immortal. It seems like he has the intention of competing for the position of Alliance leader. Let alone Taoist gentleman, even young Master Divine Swordsman has the same idea. As soon as he ascended to the celestial immortal realm, he seized the position of Sect Master. He is extremely vicious. The position of Alliance leader is destined to be born from the 10 prodigies. Provoking them is equivalent to offending a heaven immortal. Before you leave, even if they get angry at you, you won't be able to do anything. Let's just watch the show. With a heavenly immortal realm expert as the Alliance leader, we'll be able to reduce a great deal of pressure when going against the Outsiders' army. The Alliance Master should be a heaven immortal expert. I'm more optimistic about Taoist Master Gentleman of the Profound Sect. He should have a very high chance of becoming the Alliance Master. What's so great about Taoist Gentleman? I think only Black Taoist is qualified to be the Alliance leader. Many people started discussing who would be the Alliance leader in the end. Don't underestimate the position of Alliance leader. In this war against the Outsiders, it was very important. First of all, if he became the Alliance Master, the power behind him would definitely rise. This was something that could not be found normally. Secondly, if he became the Alliance Master, he would be able to rope in many factions and provide them with benefit. Of course, he would also be able to secretly deal with hostile sects and make things difficult for them. These were not the only benefits of being an alliance leader. If he became one, the benefits would be endless. Taoist gentleman, I heard that you want to become the alliance master. I advise you not to worry too much. A gentleman like you isn't suitable. Some people started discussing. On this side, the elites were unwilling to accept each other. They were also arguing over the position of alliance master, drawing quite a bit of attention. Taoist gentleman was dressed in white today. He was extremely elegant, causing people to subconsciously want to worship him. Taoist He Tian, don't boast so shamelessly. The position of alliance leader is for the virtuous. It's not your turn. Subconsciously, he despised Taoist He Tian for having a bad temper and not understanding the way of a gentleman. What right did he have to be the alliance leader? The Xianmen Orthodox Tao was the best candidate for the alliance leader. What is the path of a gentleman? It's nothing more than some crafty plots and plots. The one who becomes the leader of the alliance should be decisive in killing, leaving millions of corpses behind. Black Heaven's murderous aura was oppressive, and the surrounding air suddenly became cold, causing people to subconsciously shrink their necks. This Black Heaven's murderous aura was too heavy. Many people were secretly shocked. Thinking about it, Black Heaven's words seemed to make sense. The path of a gentleman and the path of killing were two different paths. Normally, the path of a gentleman seemed to be perfect, but in the war against the outsiders, it seemed like the path of the king was the path of killing. The two of them quarreled for a bit before stopping. Tai, I heard that you know the demon Lin. Is he here yet? Seeing Tai appear, Black Heaven flew over. Subconsciously, he treated Tai as one of his own. Although he was arrogant towards others, that didn't mean he was condescending. He also knew how to find allies for himself. Tai was expressionless. He didn't dislike Black Heaven's words and coldly said, "He didn't come." "No way, is the demon Lin afraid?" Taoist Black Sky laughed. He immediately sensed the killing intent coming from his opponent, and struck out with a palm strike. "If there's a next time, I won't mind letting you have a taste of a true cold arrow. Lin Fei isn't like you say. What does Taoist gentleman count for? Even if he becomes a heavenly immortal, Lin Fei won't back down." Black Heaven was really shocked. He laughed dryly. "Tai, I was just saying. Why do you take it so seriously?" He was even more interested in this Demon Lin. Demon Lin's reputation was very resounding on the continent. He had repeatedly done world-shaking things, so Black Heaven Saint naturally wanted to meet him. Of course, if he could be on good terms with him and exchange some pills, that would also be a good thing. "It's good that you know," Tai snorted coldly. "Everyone in position." Zhongjing's loud voice reverberated on Dragon Island. This time, the continent's alliance meeting wasn't held in the main hall. Instead, it was held in a place on Dragon Island. The huge throne was arranged for each faction. There were more than 30 factions participating in this meeting. They were the true factions on the continent, and only they had the right to participate. Once these 30 or so major forces elected a leader, those who didn't have the qualifications to participate would have to send their family members to fight against the outsiders. Otherwise, they would be enemies with more than 30 major forces, and would be annihilated. This alliance meeting was really important, and it wasn't ordinary at all. "Father, why hasn't Lin Fei appeared?" Demon Lord sat on a throne on the left, and Nangong Qianqian stood beside him. She was looking around like she was searching for something. "What is this kid doing?" Demon Lord was slightly stunned. Only then did he notice that the Demon Lin hadn't appeared. If he doesn't appear, Taoist gentlemen and the others are going to cause trouble. Elites gathered. Demon Lord heard the news from other places, and Taoist gentlemen contacted some factions. If the Demon Lin didn't participate, it would be the same as him being pushed out. When that happened, his life wouldn't be good. With Taoist gentleman's personality, he would definitely plot against the Demon Lin. If the Demon Lin did something, it would be the same as going against their alliance. Demon Lord suspected that something happened to the Demon Lin, which was why he didn't come. He couldn't help but worry. Apart from Demon Lord, Ocean God Emperor was also filled with doubts. I think it's about time. We can start the alliance meeting, Taoist gentleman said calmly. Chapter 674. Back to the night before. The stars were dazzling, and the bright moon hung high in the sky above the boundless sea. Taoist gentleman, you've made the wisest choice. I believe you won't forget it for the rest of your life. I want you to kill Lin Fei in the battle for the Supreme Alliance leader tomorrow, and let him fall on Dragon Island. Lin Fei is mysterious and unfathomable. He has a backer, and he has treasures to protect him. I can suppress him, but killing him will be quite troublesome. On the island, the two were still sitting opposite each other. It's fine. I see that you're about to master the noble swordsmanship. I'll lend you a hand. I believe that with your strength and trump cards, you'll definitely be able to kill Lin Fei. You won't disappoint me. Demon Lin is in trouble. The same thought popped up in the minds of all the big shot Taoist gentlemen who had mastered the noble swordsmanship, had a will of its own, constantly influencing the surroundings. No matter how strong a person was, they would still be affected. Unknowingly, the noble swordsmanship was strange. Father, will Lin Fei be in trouble? Nangong Qianqian looked worried. It's hard to say. The Demon Lord still couldn't see any flaws in this swordsmanship. Judging from Lin Fei's expression, he should have a countermeasure. However, there's something strange about Taoist gentlemen's mastery of the noble swordsmanship. It's really puzzling. Although Taoist gentleman's sword wasn't earth-shattering, it was still a show of strength. Whether Demon Lin could withstand it was really something to look forward to. Lin Fei, because of you, my swordsmanship has reached great accomplishment. Enjoy the way of a gentleman. Taoist gentleman laughed. I hope you won't lose too quickly. On the surface of the sea, the way of a gentleman was vast and boundless. On the sealed surface, sea beasts emerged one after another. Their violent auras disappeared, replaced by piety and the aura of a gentleman. What a terrifying way of a gentleman! He's enlightened these savage sea beasts. The way of a gentleman followed the path of the noble emperor. He used the might of a gentleman to enlighten millions. Not to mention a sea beast, even a great demon would have to submit to a gentleman, learn the way of a gentleman, and believe in his master. This despicable person does have some tricks up his sleeve. He's putting down his butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot. Lin Fei's expression did not change. He remained unmoved. Under the suppression of the immovable Wisdom King, he realized how terrifying this sword technique was. However, it was only terrifying, not to the point of making him feel fear. The noble enlightened being, you are just a despicable person. Even if your sword technique reaches great perfection and your will forms a nation, you are still a despicable person. You will never be able to become a gentleman. Let me tear apart your way of a gentleman. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Towering flames spread across the surface of the sea. The flames turned into a dense mass of soldiers as they charged forward. Their killing intent was revealed as they slaughtered the way of a gentleman. The sound of metal resounded through the air. With the pressure of the army, they slaughtered the way of a gentleman. In an instant, the noble enlightened being's nation was slaughtered by the army. Cities after cities fell. Etiquette deserved to be killed. Modesty deserved to be killed. No rage deserved to be killed. The originally peaceful noble nation was now filled with the flames of war. He wanted to rebel against a nation, using slaughter to counterattack and destroy all the way of a gentleman in the world. What a good sword technique! Using slaughter to destroy the way of a gentleman. Everyone was shocked by Demon Lin's shocking performance. He didn't even attack, but once he did, he showed off his abilities. He actually wanted to destroy noble nation and make himself a king. He was too bold. Using slaughter to counterattack was the way of a gentleman. One could see that Demon Lin worshipped strength. No matter what, he would kill first. In terms of strategy, it was completely correct. Noble enlightened being didn't think much of it. Killing is a sin. The words of a gentleman is to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The noble nation, which was originally at a disadvantage, started to reform and slaughter. Many gentlemen suppressed the army and the situation instantly changed. I am a great demon. I should sweep through the world. Gentlemen are nothing but lowly people who wear hypocritical masks. Watch me kill them all and destroy your nation. Divine flames appeared again. The killing aura was even stronger than before. The sky was filled with flames. Wherever the army went, they destroyed one city after another. They were truly invincible and killed all the gentlemen in the world. In the blink of an eye, they had descended upon the world, wanting to destroy the last resistance. When a gentleman is angry, millions of corpses will fall. However, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Convert and you can atone for your sins. Noble enlightened being's sword technique didn't stop. The gentleman great emperor appeared, wanting to reform Lin Fei in the noble nation and enlighten this great demon. Haha, it's useless even if the gentleman great emperor comes. The great demon has no qualms about sweeping through the heavens. A mere gentleman great emperor is useless. Above the noble nation, a flame giant appeared out of nowhere. Its face was that of Lin Fei. With a swing of the blade in his hand, millions of people died as he began a massacre. This was a battle of wills of sword techniques. The expressions of the spectators changed continuously. They hadn't expected that Demon Lin would be so terrifyingly strong. His heart of slaughter was so strong. It was truly an invincible will. Demon, truly a demon. Noble enlightened being's gentleman Tao is feasible in times of peace. However, when it comes to the Tao of slaughter, it's slightly insufficient. It can't suppress everything. However, it's different when it comes to killing. It can fill the sky with blood and become a hero among men. Noble enlightened being was continuously suppressed. He was about to cough up blood. His perfect sword technique was still unable to suppress the other party's sword will. Was Demon Lin's sword will really so terrifying? Even though noble enlightened being used the gentleman Tao to suppress the rebellion, he wasn't the true noble emperor. He couldn't completely suppress the rebellion. It was just like what had been said before. In times of peace, the gentleman was king. Once war broke out, it would be obvious that it wasn't enough. Who had ever seen a benevolent ruler who could reform a rebel? Noble enlightened being took a step back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. In a battle of wills of sword techniques, he had completely lost. This was something he hadn't expected at all. He had lost in terms of will. In the end, the gentleman Tao couldn't compare to slaughter. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, no one could stop it. Noble enlightened being a villain, your sword technique isn't that great. What other ultimate moves do you have? Feel free to use them. Lin Fei laughed loudly as he looked at noble enlightened being. I admit that I underestimated you. Noble enlightened being said, you're even more powerful than I imagined. However, that's all there is to you. Take this. Noble enlightened being opened his mouth and spat out an immortal weapon. It turned into a square jade seal that covered the sky. Immortal runes rained down from the sky, suppressing Lin Fei from above. Under the surface of the sea, all the sea beasts were shaken to death, forming a river of blood. When the square jade seal appeared, everyone was shocked once again. This was the mysterious gate's most precious treasure, the mysterious gate jade seal. This item is not bad. It can be sold for some money. I'll take it. Lin Fei soared into the sky. A blazing long saber with a blazing aura turned into a blazing sun. It simply chopped down on the square jade seal, tyrannical and ferocious. When it neared, a dragon emerged and swallowed the square jade seal in one gulp. Chapter 675. After enlightened gentleman became a celestial immortal, The first person he wanted to deal with was Lin Fei. Especially after he came out of seclusion, Lin Fei used their profound gate as a stepping stone and kept stepping on him. He could not take this lying down. Enlightened Gentleman was prepared to torment Lin Fei during this Continental Alliance conference. Killing Lin Fei in front of the Dragon Island would offend the dragon race. Naturally, Enlightened Gentleman was not stupid enough to do so. He could suppress and mock him, but Lin Fei refused to come out. Enlightened Gentleman felt disgusted, as if he had swallowed a fly. If Lin Fei did not appear, Enlightened Gentleman would not be able to do anything. He could not just smash his way in and cause the dragon race to be unhappy. He had to give the dragon race some face. At first, Taoist Gentleman was happy. Lin Fei was finally afraid of him and did not dare to show his face. However, Lin Fei hid for several days. After his initial joy faded, he could not help but feel angry again. Go on, hide. Continue hiding if you can. Enlightened Gentleman arranged for someone to stand guard outside. Once Lin Fei appeared, he would immediately humiliate him. He wanted to make Lin Fei's spirit collapse and be replaced by fear. Kill? There was no point in defeating the other party. Destroy Lin Fei's spirit, destroy his pride, and erase all of his existence. That was the best way to kill someone. Enlightened Gentleman was prepared to play Lin Fei to death. In the end, Lin Fei could not make a choice. Enlightened Gentleman thought that Lin Fei would definitely appear during the Continental Alliance conference. At that time, he would have plenty of opportunities to make a fool of himself and destroy Lin Fei's proud existence. Now, Lin Fei did not show himself. Enlightened Gentleman was very unhappy. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone straight to Lin Fei's door. There was no need to hold it in. Lin Fei did not appear. Enlightened Gentleman was very scheming. He immediately thought of a plan. Since you are not coming, I can squeeze you out. At that time, as a member of the Alliance, I can suppress Lin Fei and share the mythological tower. At that time, I can continue to suppress them. This is not a bad thing. With this in mind, Taoist Gentleman took the initiative to speak. It seems like someone is still in the future. Everyone, do you think we should wait for a while? The big shot sitting on the throne below the gentleman kindly reminded them. What a shameless fellow. Why didn't this fellow mention it earlier or later? Why did he show himself at this time? Furthermore, he was acting like he had good intentions. It was clear that he was in cahoots with Taoist Gentleman. Although he looked like a leopard, he was actually supporting Taoist Gentleman. Whose seat is this? Oh, I remember now. It seems to be Lin Fei of the Myth City. Where did he go? Another King Stage big shot said. Taoist Gentleman sat upright and still. In fact, he was feeling very proud of himself. Lin Fei, you can hide, right? I'll see how long you can hide. I'll first cancel your qualifications. Subconsciously, Taoist Gentleman believed that Lin Fei was someone who was good at stirring up problems. For example, during the last auction, didn't they turn their own sect upside down? It caused the death of several half-step heavenly immortals, a considerable loss. It was better to drive Lin Fei out first. I think it's better to cancel people like Lin Fei who don't keep to time. This is an important meeting that concerns the continent. He must be punctual and follow the rules. Another big shot said. This was a suggestion of his own initiative. The group of big shots was shocked. Taoist Gentleman's methods were powerful. They did not know how many big shots he had won over. He must have promised them some benefits before he pointed at Lin Fei. People like Lin Fei should be disqualified. Once young Master Sword got to work, his influence was great. Expressionlessly, he said, Moreover, I hereby announce that Lin Fei has a bad character. As the sect leader, I officially expel Lin Fei from the Divine Sword sect. From now on, he will no longer be a disciple of the Divine Sword sect. Wow, everyone was shocked. Young Master Sword actually expelled Lin Fei for a small matter. This was definitely a big matter. Moreover, He used his position as the sect leader to expel Lin Fei as a disciple of the Divine Sword sect. One mountain can't have two tigers. Young Master Sword has made his move. Since he lost his right to be a disciple of the Divine Sword sect, young Master Sword will deal with Lin Fei soon. Even though this news was unexpected, everyone still thought that it was normal. Young Master Sword and Lin Fei were the two geniuses of the Divine Sword sect. Now that one had become a heaven celestial and become the sect leader, he naturally had to deal with the other. It was inevitable that young Master Sword would make his move today. Sect leader Sword God, you are really bold. People like Lin Fei should be expelled. Demon Lin has harmed humans. I think he has to be punished. Let's start with his right to act. The people who spoke were either from Life Alliance, Tianluo sect, or Blood Alliance. Their disciples had all died at the hands of Demon Lin. Young Master Sword had become a heaven celestial and his methods were really strong. He had become the sect leader. No one would miss out on hitting someone when they were down. It would be best if they could split up Myth City. I don't agree to expel Lin Fei. Tai's cold gaze swept across. Sword God, Taoist gentleman, this isn't your territory. You can't do whatever you want. Tai's words made everyone fearful. He did not expect someone to speak up for Lin Fei at a time like this. Furthermore, Tai was considered to be the most overbearing of the 10 prodigies. His archery skills were unparalleled in the world, and no one could stop him. Now that Tai had spoken, they had to consider whether or not offending him would bring them trouble. If they were targeted, no one would be able to stop him if he stabbed them in the back. Those who were about to speak now chose to remain silent. I'll say a few words as well. This time, everyone has to be present at the Continental Alliance conference. As for Lin Fei not appearing, he might have been delayed by something. Why don't we wait a little longer? Moreover, it's still early. The Sea God Emperor looked amiable, as if he was a middleman. However, no one dared to treat him as a peacemaker. He was clearly on Lin Fei's side. Tai was a rising star. At most, everyone was fearful of him and did not dare to offend him. But now that the Sea God Emperor was acting as a peacemaker, they had to give him face. Otherwise, they would be going against the Sea God Emperor. After all, the Sea God Emperor had the backing of the entire Sea clan. Even if there was internal strife, as long as he was there, he would be a stabilizing force that could not be shaken. The big shots were once again at a loss. Who would have thought that Lin Fei had already made friends with some big shots in such a short time? Tai was fine, but how did he get involved with the Sea clan? That was what surprised them. They had all heard that the Dragon clan had been toying with the Sea clan outside the barrier. Logically speaking, the Sea God Emperor should have hit them when they were down. Ahem. Of course, the Demon Master had to make a statement. As an ally, he had the obligation to do something. I think Big Brother Sea God's words are very reasonable. This kind of thing should not happen in our first Continental Alliance conference. As for expelling him, that's not very good. The punishment is too heavy. Who knows if he's busy and can't make it in time. I think it's better this way. Let's all wait a little longer. What's the harm in that? The Demon Master's words were very reasonable. After all, the Sea God Emperor was acting as a peacemaker. That damned Lin Fei. The perfected gentleman's wishful thinking was immediately ruined. Tai was fine. He was a newcomer, so it did not matter whether he gave face or not. The Sea God Emperor and the Demon Master were both difficult to deal with. The perfected gentleman had already become a sky immortal, so he would definitely lose against these two. Let me say a few words, the perfected gentleman said with a smile. Taoist gentleman smiled. Lin Fei is one of them, yet he is putting on such airs. Logically speaking, he should be chased out. However, since everyone believes that Lin Fei has not arrived, there must be a reason for this. In that case, let's let the Dragon Patriarch decide. I believe that no one has any objections? Wait. There was no need to wait. The perfected gentleman was very pleased with himself. Although he did not know much about the Dragon Clan was the most particular about rules. Lin Fei had clearly broken the rules. Given the Dragon Clan's temperament, they would definitely chase Lin Fei out. The Dragon Clan hated people who broke the rules the most. Long Baishan's influence was considerable. More importantly, he had no connection to the human clan, so he was the most suitable person to make the decision. The perfected gentleman could already see the Dragon Clan chasing Lin Fei out. I also believe that the Dragon Clan head is the most impartial. It would be best to let him make the decision. Young Master Divine Swordsman said with a smile. Tai, the Sea God Emperor, and the Demon Master could not help but change their expressions. They had not expected them to make such a move. This was not a good thing. They had still underestimated the perfected gentleman's power. With a few words, he had reversed the situation once again. They had seen the perfected gentleman's power. This move of borrowing a knife to kill was very powerful. Given Long Baishan's temperament, he would definitely chase Lin Fei out. They wanted to persuade Long Batian, but as an old neighbor, the Sea God Emperor knew Long Baishan's character very well. This time, he could not stop him even if he wanted to. Long Baishan's dignified expression made people feel that he was not a person to negotiate with. They seemed to have already seen the outcome of Lin Fei's expulsion. It was impossible to change Long Baishan's mind, especially to a person who had always been particular about rules. Long Baishan's previously half-closed eyes opened now, and he cursed in his heart, "A bunch of treacherous people. You've schemed, and now you want me to scheme against the Lord Dragon King. Dream on." If not for that scene, Long Batian would have definitely chased them out. He had the right to do so, and everyone would be convinced. "Since you've left the matter to me to handle, I think it's better to be fair," Long Batian said indifferently. "Then let's wait until noon." "What? Wait until noon?" Young Master Divine Swordsman and the perfected gentleman almost vomited blood. After spending so much effort, Long Baishan's words surprised everyone. "Dragon Clan head, isn't this a little inappropriate?" Long Batian glared. "What's inappropriate? Tell me." With this glare, the other party was speechless. He did not know why Long Batian was so angry. It was purely because he had delivered himself to be scolded. He had nothing better to do, so he deserved it. Chapter 676. Long Baishan's decision was indeed unexpected. No one dared to think too much. At most, they thought that Lin Fei was lucky. It was rare for Long Batian to be magnanimous, otherwise, he would definitely be kicked out of the Continental Alliance Conference. Noon. They could afford to wait. They had no choice but to give face to Long Batian. They had no choice but to do so. Especially Sword God Young Master, perfected gentleman. He felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. He wanted to make use of Long Batian to kill him. In the end, he gave it to Lin Fei. With Long Baishan's words, the only thing they could do now was to sit and wait for Lin Fei. Of course, they hoped that he wouldn't appear. "That's great." Nangong Qianshan heaved a sigh of relief. Her heart was in her throat. "Daughter, go and see why Lin Fei hasn't appeared yet." The Demon Lord was glad that Lin Fei was lucky. If the dragon race changed their words, it would definitely be a big problem. Fortunately, Long Batian didn't make things difficult for him. No one stopped Nangong Qianshan from leaving the throne. She was the daughter of the Demon Lord. Who would dare to stop her? Following Nangong Qianshan's departure, many people also left. Their departure was not so conspicuous. Everyone knew that they were leaving to stop Lin Fei from coming. Once noon arrived, if Lin Fei didn't appear, they could easily chase him out. If they couldn't do it openly, they could do it secretly to stop Lin Fei. Nangong Qianshan quickly came to the door. "Lin Fei, come out. When are you going to stop?" "No one?" After a while, there was no movement inside. Nangong Qianshan pushed the door open. The room was empty. There was no one. "What's going on?" Nangong Qianshan was puzzled. The room was clean and tidy. There was no sign of fighting, but the person was gone. Did he go out? Nangong Qianshan was smart. She turned and left, heading out of the dragon race's barrier. Although the possibility of this happening was very small, Nangong Qianshan had a premonition that Lin Fei would do something unimaginable. Time ticked by. There was less than an hour before noon. Taoist gentleman was already smiling. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Fei would lose this qualification. A disciple appeared beside Taoist gentleman and said respectfully, "Senior brother gentleman, we've already arranged for someone to stand guard outside. As soon as Lin Fei appears, we'll be able to stop him immediately. Go back and watch carefully. If you stop Lin Fei from entering, you will have done a great deed. You will be rewarded handsomely when you return." Taoist gentleman laughed. "Just delay him." Someone reported to Taoist gentleman and young master divine swords. "The traitor Lin Fei is not on the Dragon Island. We suspect that he is outside. We have already arranged for people to stand guard outside." Sword God young master was expressionless. "Once Lin Fei appears, kill him without mercy. Killing traitors is one of your duties." "Understood." The other bigwigs made their own arrangements. On the surface, they were waiting, but in reality, they were playing dirty trick. Long Batian saw everything. Despicable humans. No wonder the foreign tribes are still fighting each other even at this time. Long Batian thought to himself, "Lord Dragon King, what are you trying to do?" Long Batian had a lot of questions about this young Lord Dragon King. He wanted to understand him, so he closed his eyes and meditated again. What happened inside? Why are there so many people outside the barrier all of a sudden? Someone exclaimed. A few days ago, the dragon tribe moved out, and a large number of sea beasts were killed. This is really a case of another wave rising before the first wave subsides. Let's stay away from here. Even if we can't see the Continental Alliance Conference, we can still watch the show. The Continental Alliance Conference was a big event. Almost all the mid-tier factions had arranged for people to wait for the final result. Hence, there were many scouts outside the Dragon Tribe's barrier. They are really shameless. Nangong Qianshan's face turned cold when she saw people from different factions coming out. She was very angry. If it was any other time, Nangong Qianshan would have already chased them away. However, at this time, all the top factions of the continent were gathered together. She did not dare to act recklessly. "Damn you, Lin Fei! Do you know what you are doing?" Nangong Qianshan cursed. Lin Fei was the one and only person who made all the continent's experts wait for him. She loved and hated him at the same time. "Miss Nangong." Prince High Air walked up and greeted her politely. "You are the son of the Sea Emperor. I remember you." Nangong Qianshan remembered. "Miss Nangong, you have a good memory." Prince High Air smiled. "I wonder if Miss Nangong knows where Brother Lin went?" Prince High Air also came out to scout the situation. "I don't know. I suspect that he has left the Dragon Island." Nangong Qianshan had met him a few times in the Myth City. "He just likes to cause trouble and doesn't know the situation. Instead, he was taken advantage of. Heaven helps the worthy. I believe that Brother Lin will arrive on time. With these people outside, they won't be able to stop him." Prince High Air was very confident. "I hope so." Nangong Qianshan swept her gaze over the people she had arranged. Their auras were enormous, as dazzling as suns. Even without thinking, it was clear that they were deliberately trying to prevent Lin Fei from participating. There is still one incense stick's time left. Perfected Gentleman and the others were determined to win. Lin Fei would definitely be chased out of the Dragon Island and lose the right to participate in the meeting. Tai, the Demon Lord, and the others couldn't help but worry. It had already come to this. Why hadn't Lin Fei come out yet? Outside the Dragon Island's barrier, Nangong Qianshan and Prince High Air looked solemn and anxious. They stared at the sea surface, trying to see what Lin Fei looked like. It has already been 1 incense stick's time. Nangong Qianqian was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Could it be that Lin Fei had given up on participating in the meeting? Or was he afraid of Perfected Gentleman and the others, so he left without saying goodbye? No, it couldn't be like that. Lin Fei was a man of indomitable spirit. How could he leave without saying goodbye? He definitely wasn't that kind of person. He definitely wasn't. Nangong Qianqian shook her head and swept away the thoughts in her mind. In her eyes, Lin Fei was a man of indomitable spirit. He had helped her when she was in danger, and he didn't hesitate to meet Perfected Gentleman. There had to be a reason why Lin Fei hadn't appeared yet. Nangong Qianqian believed that Lin Fei would definitely come. Look, someone is coming over there. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed at the sea. It's Demon Lin. Quick, stop him. When the figure got closer, everyone finally saw that it was Demon Lin. Lin Fei, go in quickly. There is less than 1 incense stick's time left. Nangong Qianqian sent a voice transmission to Lin Fei with her divine sense. She was afraid that she wouldn't know and would waste time. Got it. Hearing Nangong Qianqian's words, Lin Fei's mouth twitched. He immediately understood what was going on. Wasn't she trying to trick him? Stop him. Don't let him in. Chapter 677. Demon Lin. That Demon Lin who made Montilon suffer? Isn't Demon Lin on Dragon Island? Why is he outside? Even though it happened a few days ago, the news of Montilon suffering at the hands of Demon Lin spread like wildfire. An Emperor Ocean Beast was eaten just like that. Montilon was so frightened that he didn't dare to go out. It was as if he would become food for his pet at any moment. How could they not be shocked when they heard that this person was Demon Lin? There were only a handful of people who had seen Demon Lin before. In their impression, Demon Lin was a ferocious existence. He had to be strong and muscular. He was a giant-like existence. But when they saw Demon Lin, all of them were shocked. Demon Lin was too young. Now, they finally understood why Montilon didn't think much of it. Demon Lin was just too young, so young that it was ridiculous. If they encountered him, they wouldn't necessarily think that he was the famous Demon Lin. They really couldn't associate him with the words Demon Lin. Even if Demon Lin appeared beside them, they would treat him as a newbie and show off their strength. Who would know that he was the famous Demon Lin? It was normal for Montilon to be unlucky. They had learned a lot, they had really learned a lot. Of course, they couldn't help but curse the person who named himself Demon Lin. He was simply too ridiculous. Giving such a nickname was simply a scam, okay? One couldn't judge a book by its cover. Now they had a deep understanding of it and it would be imprinted in their hearts for the rest of their lives. Damn system, I nearly missed something huge. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Originally, 1 day was enough to modify the demon god body. Who knew that it would exceed the time limit? Apart from that, the clone on Dragon Island also had a problem. After the modification was completed, Lin Fei rushed over right away. He knew that Perfected Gentleman and the others would target him. When he heard Nangong Qianqian's words, Lin Fei knew that they were going to attack. In less than 5 minutes it was noon. Lin Fei understood right away that they were trying to stall for time. Meteor Fire Rain. Even though he wasn't interested in the Continent Alliance meeting, Lin Fei didn't want them to succeed. Stop me? Only you can think of something like that. Lin Fei loved to play the devil's advocate. If they wanted to stop him, he would mercilessly use Meteor Fire Rain, a heavenly immortal level immortal art, to give them a taste of their own medicine. So hot. Run! That's a Sky Immortal's immortal art. A huge fiery meteor shower descended from the sky like meteors, forming a fiery net that swept across the area. The rain of fire smashed onto their bodies, burning them half to death on the spot. The smell of burning was everywhere. Those who were slightly weaker were quickly engulfed by the rain of fire. They didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they were directly turned into ashes. The sea of people who tried to stop Lin Fei was broken just like that. Retreat. The originally aggressive people fled in a sorry state, escaping from the range of the rain of fire. A Sky Immortal's immortal art shocked everyone. That terrifying aura seemed to appear in their hearts, causing their hearts to palpitate. Look, a high-level loose immortal was burned to death just like that. Terrifying indeed. As expected of Demon Lin. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, constantly wiping it off. Their backs were also covered in cold sweat. They were really frightened. He was young and looked cultured and refined. Once he attacked, it was a storm of attacks that swept through the group of experts, destroying their obstruction. Go! Lin Fei waved his hand, and a huge power enveloped Nangong Qianshan and Prince High Air as they rushed into the dragon race's barrier. Lin Fei, hurry, it's almost noon. Nangong Qianshan was also shocked. Lin Fei's attack had destroyed more than half of the experts from the various factions. His attack power was so fierce that she almost suspected that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Since I'm here, they can forget about doing anything. Lin Fei really wanted to see what they were up to. With Long Batian around, they really couldn't do anything. If they really did something, he didn't mind giving them a few dozen whips to have a taste of his power. Prince High Air was also shocked, and he was surprised to find that Lin Fei's strength was amazing. The dragon race's barrier was said to be able to destroy everything, and they had to be careful when entering from the outside. But now, Lin Fei relied on just his body to ignore the dragon race's barrier. The terrifying astral wind attacks slashed on it and were directly sent flying. Prince High Air couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. His body was so strong that he could ignore the astral wind attack. Not only did Lin Fei block the attacks himself, but he also blocked their astral wind attack. They knew that they couldn't compare to him. Looks like we can announce it now, Perfected Gentleman said lightly. Since noon was about to arrive, and Lin Fei had yet to appear, there was nothing anyone could say at this point. All right. People like Lin Fei who don't follow the rules must be expelled. He can be late today and ignore the meeting, but it's hard to guarantee that he will also have problems in the future when fighting against the mutated races. Sword God Young Master said calmly, "This is an irresponsible behavior to everyone, and we must stop it." This was the start of a revolt. Everyone looked at Long Batian, wanting to see his decision. Long Batian opened his eyes, and a strange look flashed in them. He said indifferently, "Everyone, look for yourselves. The person is here." Who is here? No one doubted Long Batian's words, because there was no doubt about his strength. If he was here, then he was here. There wouldn't be any changes. How is this possible? Taoist Master's face was as ugly as a pig's liver, and he couldn't help but stand up. He had arranged experts outside, so how could Lin Fei barge in so quickly? "Do you think that these people can stop me?" Two corpses flew over, emitting a burning smell. They landed on the ground, and it was incomparably glaring. Taoist Master's eyes flashed with killing intent. "You dare to kill my people!" Taoist Master recognized the two corpses on the ground at a glance. They were his Mystic Gate disciples. He didn't expect them to turn into corpses in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei had a look of surprise on his face. "Your man?" "I don't know, but I do know. I don't know why there are so many foreign race spies outside the dragon race's barrier. You know that I'm a kind-hearted person, so I sent them home. However, when did the foreign race spies become your people? Could it be that you're colluding with the foreign race?" "Nonsense, you're talking nonsense." Taoist Master's killing intent was cold. "How could my people be foreign race spies?" Taoist Master knew that Lin Fei was not someone to be trifled with. He killed his own people the moment he made a move, and he even tried to frame him. He was extremely hateful, and he couldn't admit it. Of course, Lin Fei wanted to disgust the other party. If he wasn't disgusted, then when would he do it? Even if it was useless, there was no loss. "Dragon Race Patriarch, I suggest that you go out and investigate." Someone might sneak in from the outside, and that wouldn't be good. Lin Fei said in all seriousness. As for killing the Mystic Gates people, Lin Fei really didn't care about it. Lin Fei's attitude was indeed incomparably resentful, because they quickly discovered that the people they had arranged outside had countless casualties, and almost all of them had turned into charred corpses. This time, their faces were filled with anger. Disciples had died in the dragon race's territory. What was this? Demon Lin, you're so ruthless. How dare you kill people from our life alliance? Our Tianluo Gate wants justice. They were angry, all of them were angry. So many people had died at once, and they died so miserably. If they didn't make a stand, they would lose face. Lin Fei didn't care, and still replied. Your disciples? You can't blame me for this. I was just about to enter the dragon race's barrier when a group of people attacked. Of course I had to fight back. Who told them to attack? They were about to vomit blood. If they had known that Lin Fei would be so unreasonable, they wouldn't have arranged for their disciples to be outside, and they would have tried to stop Lin Fei. Now they had stepped on a landmine, and they were the ones who were injured. Tragic, very tragic. The Demon Lord laughed. I really can't blame City Lord Lin for this matter. The Endless Sea Realm is full of danger. Even if it was me, if I met a group of people who attacked, my first reaction would be to attack. I can't let them attack first, right? The Demon Lord was feeling great, playing tricks in private. Now, his disciple was dead, and he was injured. His face was also slapped. How great! Everyone, be careful in the future. The Sea God Emperor said. City Lord Lin, since you're here, everyone was waiting for you. It's important to discuss business. Lin Fei accepted humbly. Actually, I also wanted to come earlier, but something happened. I was too busy, please forgive me. His tone didn't have the slightest intention of admitting his mistake. He walked to his seat with a smile and sat down. His expression made the other big shots have the urge to pinch him to death. Everyone is here, let's begin. Long Batian said with a dignified expression. As for what happened before, he acted as if he didn't see it. He was also shocked because he felt a dangerous aura from the Dragon King's body. This was a very dangerous aura, and even he felt shocked. If he wasn't strong, he might not have sensed it. Everyone, let's discuss and express our opinions. The Continental Alliance Conference was not so easy to hold. More than 30 forces started to discuss one after another. Lin Fei, what are you playing at? The Demon Lord asked through his divine sense. Nothing, I just found some good things, so I snuck out. Lin Fei laughed. Right, I still have to thank you for what happened today. Otherwise, Taoist gentleman's plot would have succeeded. The Demon Lord felt that Lin Fei didn't mean what he said, so he didn't continue asking. He knew what kind of person Lin Fei was. It was very difficult to get anything out of him. Since that was the case, it was useless to continue asking, so he might as well not ask. Chapter 678. On the first day of the Continental Alliance Conference, the topic of discussion was naturally about how to stop the alien race's army and how to drive them out of the continent so that the continent can return to peace and so on. Everyone had their own ideas, and I had mine. I didn't know who was better to listen to. There were more people talking than listening. Everyone had their own opinions, and there was no point in listening. Everyone had their own opinions, and there was no point in listening. Who didn't want the alien race to get out of the continent? As long as the alien race existed, they would be the unlucky ones. They might be killed one day, and their inheritance would be cut off. With so many previous examples, they all knew that the alien race must be driven out of the continent. Driving the alien race out of the continent as soon as possible and restoring peace was what they should do. Driving the alien race's army out of the continent meant that they would have to divide the continent again. This was very important. Their current forces could continue to grow and accumulate prestige. This was the real key. Otherwise, who would come to participate in the Continental Alliance Conference? It was because there were benefits to be gained. If they didn't come, it would be like missing out on a chance to develop. They might not even get another chance in 100 years or 1,000 years. If they didn't act now, when would they? As for the first-rate forces, they were aiming to become the superclass forces. As for the superclass forces, they wanted to expand their influence and become the real giants of the continent. No matter how they looked at it, the superclass forces were much bigger. On the first day of the conference, they didn't come up with any good ideas. Instead, it was a mess. They didn't think that they could come up with a solution on the first day either. This needed time. Plus, this was only the first day. The real core content was the key. That was the real fierce competition. Right now, it was just a warm-up exercise. It couldn't even be considered a warm-up exercise. Just like that, the first day of the conference ended. They didn't come up with anything. Instead, it became a conference of complaints. There was nothing useful to be said. Finally, I can rest. Lin Fei's ears had calluses. It went in one ear and out the other. It was so boring. It couldn't be helped. Lin Fei wasn't interested in this kind of thing. It reminded him of those officials. Didn't they like this kind of thing? Something that was supposed to take an hour could take 4 or 5 hours to make their presence known. Lin Fei despised such a method. From the beginning of the meeting, Lin Fei didn't say anything at all. It wasn't worth talking about. He wasn't interested in unimportant things. Disperse, disperse. No one left just like that. Everyone knew that there was going to be a good show. Their gazes were all focused on Demon Lin. If nothing went wrong, there would be another war of words. Who wouldn't like to watch a show? Lin Fei, it looks like you've escaped yet another calamity. Taoist gentleman walked over with a smile. However, his words sounded sarcastic no matter how one looked at it. My luck is pretty good. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Lin Fei said with a smile. I guess you must be cursing me to die a horrible death in your heart, but you can't do anything here. It must be very painful. Taoist gentleman really had the guts to slap him. This Lin Fei was truly a bastard. Anyone would be angered to death. Didn't he know how to be more reserved with his words? Did he have to expose his scars like that? You killed someone from the Mystic Gate. Don't you think you should do something? Taoist gentleman decided not to continue discussing this topic. He changed the topic. Lin Fei's lips curled up. Do something? Do you think I can do anything? Everyone knew that Taoist gentleman would make things difficult for him. As expected, he did. Demon Lin was more domineering than they had imagined. He didn't even put a sky immortal in his eyes. He simply didn't know what was good for him. If this was a different place, Demon Lin would definitely die. Taoist gentleman knew that Lin Fei would do this. Actually, he had expected it. I don't want much. You killed someone from the Mystic Gate. As long as you kneel down and apologize, I can let bygones be bygones. He wanted Lin Fei to make a fool of himself. Kneel down and apologize? Yang Jian laughed. Yang Jian laughed heartily. Who do you think you are? I kneel to the heavens and kneel to the earth. You want me to kneel and apologize? You'd better do it yourself. I don't have the time. He turned around and walked away. Taoist gentleman instantly had the guts to use his full strength to heavily injure him. In the end, his big move was ready and Lin Fei just walked away. It was like his punch had landed on thin air. He was extremely unhappy. He felt like he had been played. Bear with it, bear with it. Taoist gentleman kept telling himself, let him be cocky for a few more days. When the time comes, he'll be in trouble. The others had a new understanding of Lin Fei. This guy was clearly a tough nut to crack. After Lin Fei shook them off, he returned to his room. As for Taoist gentleman and the others' threats, he really didn't care. A while after he returned, Tai took the initiative to visit. Brother Lin, I haven't seen you in 3 days. You're even stronger than I imagined. The moment he entered, Tai looked at Lin Fei. Dangerous, very dangerous. Are you born in the year of the dog? Lin Fei laughed. I'm not a dangerous person. Don't forget I'm a monster. I'm very sensitive to dangerous auras. Tai actually wanted to show off a little, but when he saw Lin Fei, he couldn't help but feel a dangerous aura. He wasn't a sky immortal, but he was more dangerous than one? How was that possible? Lin Fei chuckled. Congratulations on becoming a sky immortal. This is all thanks to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had this opportunity. Tai was very grateful to Lin Fei. Without Lin Fei, he wouldn't have been able to become a sky immortal so quickly. I just happened to stumble upon it. After the two of them exchanged some pleasantries, Tai revealed his goal. Brother Lin, what do you think about the position of Alliance Leader this time? Was he testing him? Alliance Leader is very important. I think it's better to have someone with publicly recognized ability, like the Dragon Clan's leader. Lin Fei directly brought up Long Batian. Tai was obviously surprised. You don't want to be the Alliance Leader? Daoist Gentleman and the others are all competing for this position. I also heard that they've decided to elect 10 counselors to decide the power. One Alliance Leader, 10 counselors. F***CK, they're making the Standing Committee and Non-Standing Committee the same. That's interesting. Everyone knows Sima's intentions. Lin Fei said. Tai clearly didn't understand, but he felt that it made sense. That's what they mean. Brother Tai, I think it's very suitable for us to have a counselor. As for the position of Alliance Leader, that depends on the situation. Lin Fei said after some thought. Chapter 679. The Continental Alliance Conference continued to be held. After the first day, everything was normal for the next few days. At the beginning, it was just like a meeting in a market. Now, when they discussed the specific methods, they could vaguely see the outline. This was not the most important thing. It was just to unify the methods. When the time came, they would have a definite direction to choose from. It was not like they could not think of a solution. It had to be said that there was strength in numbers. In this aspect, they were all very good at coming up with good ideas. Moreover, these ideas were very useful after listening to them. They weren't just armchair strategists, but real skills and knowledge. The conflict between Taoist Master Gentleman and Lin Fei seemed to have stopped after the first day. Taoist Master Gentleman seemed to have chosen to restrain himself. Of course, for the big shots, Taoist Master Gentleman's restraint was equivalent to an eruption in the future. It was equivalent to accumulating power. Once it accumulated to a certain extent, he would definitely make a move against Lin Fei. The Divine Sword School did not look for Lin Fei. This was also very interesting, especially Lin Fei. After being expelled, he did not have any complaint. It was as if nothing had happened. Everyone could not help but admire Lin Fei's quality. Facing a celestial elite, he could be so calm. That was very rare. If Lin Fei was a celestial immortal, it would really be a great show. But now, it was destined to be a one-sided struggle. Lin Fei was the one who was one-sided. He would lose without a doubt. After spending 3 days, they finally reached an agreement. At this point, the warm-up exercise was equivalent to the end. It was time for the power that they cared about the most. Everything was laid out for the sake of power. In the Continental Alliance Conference, the most important thing was power. Even the strong would be tempted by this power. The first to propose the 10 counselors was naturally a first-rate sect. It was tantamount to starting a craze of competition. The 10 counselors were the true center of power. As for those outside, they were nothing. At most, they could only have the right to speak. As for the right to vote, they basically did not have it. Being a thief was the construction level of power. Once the 10 counselors proposed it, almost no one objected. They could not wait to be happy about such a good thing. How could they object? Once they became a member, their influence in the continent would increase greatly. The 10 counselors, I don't think it's suitable. While everyone was filled with joy, Lin Fei said lazily, undoubtedly interrupting their dreams. Cutting off one's wealth was like killing one's parent. The group of big shots glared at Lin Fei angrily and insisted that he give a reason. Otherwise, they could drown him with their saliva. City Lord Lin, I think the 10 representatives are suitable. What's wrong with that? The Tianluo sect leader asked angrily. They had lost many disciples and experts outside the Dragon Clan's barrier. Why don't you tell us? When he heard Demon Lin's rejection, he was the first to step out. Lin Fei smiled and said, I didn't say that the 10 counselors aren't good. I just feel that there's a small flaw. I wonder if anyone can see it? They didn't believe that Lin Fei could point out any flaws. Speak, we want to hear what you have to say. I think you're just playing to the gallery. The 10 great counselors are building a continental alliance. Who would dare to say that it's not good? Facing everyone's criticism, Lin Fei was still all smiles. To him, this was nothing. He wouldn't die. His heart was strong and he wouldn't be affected. Don't you think that the 10 counselors might be inappropriate in confirming certain things? For example, 5 against 5? Should they be placed aside? I don't know if everyone has thought of this. A blow to the head. Lin Fei's words were like a blow to the head that woke them up. They were surprised, really surprised. They didn't expect Demon Lin to say anything. But at this moment, they had to say that Demon Lin's words hit the nail on the head. Moreover, it hit the flaw of the 10 counselors. If the 10 counselors were confirmed and such a situation occurred, they really wouldn't know how to deal with it. Would they have to do it all over again? Or would they have to waste time on this? I think that it's best if there are 11 of them. Then, such a situation definitely won't happen. Lin Fei laughed coldly in his heart. Since they chose the 10 counselors, then he would add one more. Moreover, the reason was something that they couldn't refute. City Lord Lin is right. We have to have 11. Only 11 counselors would be perfect. Don't look down on a counselor. To the 30-plus forces present, this was equivalent to a chance for them to become a counselor. How could they not be grateful to Lin Fei? Gentleman Immortal, Legendary Swordsman, and the rest almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei, can't you do this? You've ruined their plans. Lin Fei chose to ignore the gazes that were directed at him. 10 counselors? Only fools would do that. 11 counselors. You'll have to put in more effort. You'll have a good time. Unknowingly, I'll be able to increase my reputation. How great is that? Lin Fei's heart was filled with joy. Those who had a good impression of Lin Fei liked this kind of straightforwardness. Hence, after a round of debate, the 10 counselors finally became 11. To someone, the addition of one counselor wasn't a good thing. No one said anything about the alliance leader, who was above the counselors. The selection of the counselors was the most important thing. There was nothing more important than this. I suggest that we let the Sky Tyrant clan leader be the notary for the selection of the counselors. This time, Gentleman Immortal did not ask anyone else to do it. Instead, he took the initiative to say that Long Batian would be the notary. No one had any objections to this suggestion. I think that the candidates for the selection of the counselors must be powerful. Of course they must be powerful. Everyone spoke in a few words. Cough cough. Long Batian said. Since the Continental Alliance has been established, we can't follow the old method of electing the counselors. Coincidentally, the Dragon Tribe collected some meteorite stones from the Tianji secret warehouse. It can be used as a test. Meteorite stones? Everyone was slightly taken aback. They had never heard of this item. It must be something extraordinary to be able to bring it out from the Tianji secret warehouse. May I know what this meteorite stone is? Someone took the initiative to ask. He was unfamiliar with the meteorite stone and had never heard of it. It was rare for Long Batian to take it out. Go down and bring me a meteorite stone. Long Batian ordered. Soon, a member of the Dragon Tribe came up with a black stone slab. This stone slab was not very big, only the size of a table. It was emitting the aura of the starry sky. This is the meteorite stone. I've looked up some information. It should be from a certain space. It's very hard. I was going to forge it into a weapon. Unfortunately, even I can't refine this meteorite stone. It's so hard. How can it not be refined? Everyone was shocked once again. A stone slab that could not be refined? How hard must it be? The meteorite stone cannot be refined. However, from half-step heaven immortals onwards, we can use a formation to shatter it. Long Batian said. When the continent is in trouble, our dragon tribe has a joint attack formation called the mountain-splitting formation. It can summon an ancient great emperor, Pangu, to shatter the meteorite stone. Everyone understood what he meant. The goal was to shatter the meteorite stone. This kind of selection was really interesting. Why don't everyone give it a try? Long Batian said. Immediately, a member of the dragon tribe took the meteorite stone and handed it to one of the big shot. So hard. The big shot squeezed with all his strength, but it did not move at all. There was not even a trace on it. This big shot was a veteran half-step heaven immortal. He was very powerful, but he could not even squeeze it? Therefore, the others could not help but look forward to it. Even a veteran half-step heaven immortal could not crush it. The material was unimaginably hard. It's too hard. I can't crush it. Me too. What is this meteorite stone? Every big shot who tried shook their heads. They had never encountered such a strange thing. No wonder they needed a joint attack formation to shatter the meteorite stone. Young Master Sword God is making his move. Everyone could not help but look forward to it. He was a heaven immortal. It should be very easy for him to crush a meteorite stone. The material is so hard that I've never seen it before. Young Master Sword God smiled and handed the meteorite stone to the next person. This time, everyone calmed down. Even a heaven immortal could not crush it. It meant that everyone was fair and there would not be any cheating. This is the method of the heaven-splitting formation. Go back and familiarize yourself with it. Then, Long Batian arranged for someone to teach everyone the method of controlling the heaven-splitting, earth-shattering technique. This action undoubtedly shocked and terrified the experts present. The foundation of the dragon race was indeed unfathomable. Just this formation alone, when it was deployed, would be like heavenly immortals. It was truly terrifying. The dragon race was powerful. Since a long time ago, many people didn't think much of the dragon race now. However, after seeing this, they knew that they were wrong, extremely wrong. The dragon race was still so powerful. After looking at the method, they knew that this formation was very terrifying. It could gather a large number of experts. The more people there were, the harder it was to control. But once it was successfully controlled, it would be truly invincible. It would be able to conquer cities and conquer land. The dragon race was able to bring out such a technique, but it was a pity that it was the simplest control technique. To them, it was like chicken ribs, and they were extremely displeased. Even though they were displeased, they still had to comprehend it and grasp it. This concerned the position of the 11 representatives, so they could not afford to make any mistakes. Luckily, each power could send 3 people up. The one with the most broken pieces would be the winner. This was equivalent to giving them 3 chances. Don't look at the 3 chances. It was very significant. Who wouldn't like such a good thing? Everyone hurriedly went back. They still had to find 3 disciples who had a higher chance of succeeding, or experts. Chapter 680. A day later, on the Dragon Island. A total of 18,000 people. The experts of the human race stopped in the sky and gathered together. They were like a dark cloud that pressed down like Mount Tai. It was a rather spectacular sight. Everyone, please take a look. That's a gathering of 108,000 human experts. They can use the most basic heaven and earth splitting formation. Long Batian said blandly, no matter who controls it, it can ensure fairness for everyone. Ever since Long Batian provided the formation and used the meteorite to screen out the 11 representatives, more than 30 forces were very concerned about this qualification. They were most worried about unfairness. Now that there were 18,000 human experts to ensure fairness, it all depended on one's ability to control it. Everyone was very satisfied with Long Bation's words. Fairness, justice, just like the pride of the dragon race, they would not mess around. Who will go first? Long Bation's loud voice echoed in the sky. Our cloud gate will go first. No one had any objections when one of the forces below took the initiative to fight for the qualification. One of the young men flew up and stood in the sky. Formation. He is Cloud Gate's Yuntian, publicly recognized as the #1 genius of the sect. He has the strength of a half-step sky immortal. Someone below immediately recognized him. Everyone was paying attention to how much of the power of Genesis Splitter could the Cloud Sect's Yuntian display. Rise. 18,000 people quickly formed a formation. When the formation was formed, a giant took its place. The giant's body exuded a vast and boundless aura. This is the heaven and earth splitting great Emperor Pangu. Someone exclaimed. The charm and aura are exactly the same. This formation is amazing. If it is used to kill enemies, it will be an invincible weapon. The eyes of the big shots present lit up. Although Pangu was a distant legend, it did not prevent people from feeling the legendary Pangu's aura from the heaven and earth splitting formation. That was the existence of heaven and earth splitting formation, the strongest existence in the world, an invincible existence. Cloud Gate's Yuntian is quite strong. He can condense Pangu, but I wonder how much of his combat power he will have. Long Batian smiled. This caused some young people to feel pressured. Could it be that he was not strong enough to condense great Emperor Pangu? Yuntian tried his best to calm himself down. However, that kind of super-powerful strength had surpassed the half-step, heavenly immortal realm. It had completely reached the level of a heavenly immortal. A casual strike from him could kill a heavenly immortal expert. After controlling great Emperor Pangu for a while, Yuntian made use of every second to familiarize himself with the formation. A few giant dragons flew over and picked up the table-sized meteorite. One by one, they stacked on top of each other until there were 10 of them, like a small mountain. You may begin. Yuntian took a deep breath and said in his heart, I can definitely do it. A giant axe condensed in Pangu's hand. This was Pangu's supreme treasure, the heaven-splitting axe. Back in the day, Pangu had used this supreme treasure to create the primal chaos world. Kill! Yuntian let out a loud roar. Pangu's giant axe came down from the sky. It was an ordinary strike, but it caused everyone's heart to tremble. It's just a phantom, yet it has such a terrifying aura. What other treasures are the dragon race hiding? Everyone knew that the dragon race had a deep foundation. A heaven-splitting earth formation was enough to shock them. They wouldn't be surprised if they took out other treasures. It broke. It really broke. The ordinary axe, in their eyes, was the strongest and hardest meteorite. Cracks appeared on it like a spider web, turning into fist-sized stones. 2. Of the 10 meteorites, the bottom 2 were broken. How is it possible? Only 2? Yuntian spat out a mouthful of blood. He really couldn't toughen it. His powerful strike ended up breaking into 2 pieces. Yuntian, you can be proud. Among the half-step, heavenly immortals, you are one of the strongest. Long Batian laughed. Yuntian recovered and felt flattered. I was impolite just now. A half-step, heavenly immortal controlling a formation could only break 2 pieces. Everyone was shocked at the toughness of the meteorite. At the same time, they were also shocked by this heaven-splitting earth formation. If this formation was built with the same strength, 108,000, 180,000, or even 1,800,000, then the power would be unimaginable. Next, Yuntian took the lead, bringing a lot of pressure to the geniuses. My turn. Another genius flew up. He was also a half-step, heavenly immortal. He formed a formation and tried to control Pangu. The summoned Pangu was very weak, as if it could be broken with a finger. From this, one could see that this genius was far inferior to Yuntian. Sure enough, the meteorite didn't even budge after this genius's move. This was a huge embarrassment, and at the same time, it brought them great pressure. It turned out that for a half-step heaven immortal to operate this formation, he also needed his own strength. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain, and he would lose face for nothing. His name as a genius would no longer be that of a genius. After this scene, the rest of the geniuses all used their full strength, afraid of embarrassing themselves. The one with the best result was a genius from the Life Union, who had 3 broken pieces. As for the others, they either had 1 or 2 broken pieces. This was just the beginning. Taoist He Tian went up. In the sky, another figure flew up. It was one of the 10 prodigies, Taoist He Tian, an early heavenly immortal expert. Everyone was paying attention to how many meteorites Taoist He Tian could break. Pangu, heaven-splitting earth formation. Taoist He Tian's essence, qi and soul merged. Everyone could smell the true danger from this act. He was indeed worthy of being one of the 10 prodigies. Hualala, hualala. The sound of meteorites breaking could be heard. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 5 pieces, 6 pieces. Taoist He Tian removed the formation and looked at Taoist gentleman with provocative eyes. It meant to say, I am still stronger than you. If you are not convinced, then come and try. The 6 meteorites were all shocked. The best result no one else could compare. If there were no accidents, the force behind Taoist He Tian would obtain one of the counselors. This Taoist He Tian is very strong. With the power of 6 meteorites, his strength is comparable to an old heavenly immortal. This was the thought of the big shot. The world of the young. Taoist He Tian of the 10 prodigies broke 6 in one move. What about the other young prodigies? Will their results surpass this number? Taoist He Tian breaking 6 meteorites out of the 10 gave a lot of pressure to the other prodigies. Chapter 681. Erebus was in first place for now. Aside from the celestial immortals, the rest of the geniuses' expressions darkened. The mountain of pressure was already blocking their way. It would be difficult to cross it. In fact, it was like this. After Black Heaven Priest, the other geniuses who went up were blocked by the 6 meteors. They couldn't surpass them. This Erebus has accumulated a lot of experience. Lin Fei thought, as expected of the 10 prodigies. They've all had great fortunes in the treasury. I hope Sword Divine and Virtuous Gentleman won't disappoint me. Lin Fei felt that the 2 of them had accumulated a lot of experience. From the moment he'd ascended, he'd treated them as tools for his own advancement. The dragon race's Genesis splitter formation could undoubtedly determine a person's strength. In theory, there shouldn't be too much of a difference between them. Tai, do your best. Another group of geniuses fell dejectedly. It was Tai's turn. Tai wasn't good with words. He stood up. I'll bring out my strongest power. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't you just giving me pressure? Tai curled his lips. Pressure? You're the one giving me pressure. With that, he flew up. Rise. Tai had never taken Sword Divine and Virtuous Gentleman seriously. In his mind, Lin Fei was the strongest. No one else could compare to him. He trusted his instinct. What a shocking display! After Tai flew up, the commotion was very shocking. Although it was not a howling wind, the summoned Pangu the Great had a certain degree of clarity in his facial features. Even He Tian could not be compared to him. Tai's power is too strong. Tai's attack was straightforward. His sky-splitting axe caused everyone's expressions to change. This monster genius was indeed one of the top 3 of the 10 prodigies. I have to be careful of Tai in the future, Divine Sword Master said to himself. Though he'd become a celestial immortal, Divine Sword Master had suppressed Tai with a single strike and seemed to have the upper hand. But now that he saw his opponent go all out, he felt apprehensive. Damn you, Tai! Virtuous gentleman was wary as well. Why is he so strong? Fortunately, the sect gave me the flame lizard. I have a trump card. I'm not afraid of any trick. 6.5. When the results were announced, Tai shook his head in disappointment. He was not too happy. Tai, I didn't want to admit defeat at first, but now it looks like I have to admit defeat. After being surpassed, Black Heaven was very depressed. Fortunately, you are only half a piece more than me, and your face is not ugly. Brother Tai, if you have 1,000,000 human experts, the great Emperor Pangu you summon will definitely be the strongest, Lin Fei said with a smile. He was not trying to flatter Tai. It's a pity that I only shattered 6.5 pieces. Tai sat down. These words made countless geniuses vomit blood. Only 6.5, and you still have the nerve to say that? How do you expect us to live? After Prime, the rest of the geniuses who broke through to celestial immortals all received at least 5 sky meteors. Very few received 6 sky meteors. This sky-defying immortal of the Life League is so powerful. He actually shattered 6 sky meteorites. Prince Kaiser, isn't it still 6 heaven meteor stones? As the peerless geniuses took action one after another, Tai remained in first place. Councilman qualifications were revealed one by one. If nothing unexpected happened, the councilman qualifications were in the hands of these powers. Young Master Divine Sword has made his move. Young Master Divine Sword, who had been motionless, flew out, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, why does Young Master Divine Sword give me a feeling that I can't see through him? I don't get this feeling from other geniuses. This was not the first time Lin Fei had this feeling, but he could not see anything. This time, I must kill Young Master Divine Sword. Lin Fei had already given him a death sentence. This kind of unfathomable person should not be allowed to live. From the moment Young Master Divine Sword expelled him from the Divine Sword School, Lin Fei knew that this would be the result. If he did not deal with Young Master Divine Sword, Young Master Divine Sword would deal with him. Since Young Master Divine Sword had to make a move, there was not much difference between making a move earlier or later. The great Emperor Pangu that Young Master Divine Sword had summoned had clear facial features and a solid body. It was no weaker than Tai, which shocked everyone again. Kaiser, you have to be especially careful of this Young Master Divine Sword, Neptune Emperor said calmly, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Kaiser's first prince's face turned serious. Young Master Divine Sword is a strong opponent. His background is very mysterious, but I am not afraid. The stronger Young Master Divine Sword is, the more motivation I will have until the day I defeat Young Master Divine Sword. Kaiser's eyes were full of spirit as he looked at Young Master Divine Sword in the sky. Neptune Emperor was gratified. When you have time, contact Lin Fei more. He is also very mysterious, no weaker than Young Master Divine Sword. Kaiser's first prince retracted his gaze. Lin Fei? He has to have strength that I value, otherwise everything is empty. 7 pieces of meteorite. Below, there was another exclamation. The Demon Crown Prince got 6 pieces of meteorite, but Young Master Divine Sword got 7 pieces of meteorite, winning by 1 step. This Young Master Divine Sword is indeed much stronger than me. Tai was full of fighting spirit. He was not unwilling. City Lord Lin, you are under a lot of pressure, Black Taoist joked. Young Master Divine Sword descended from the sky as if he had just done a small thing. He looked at Lin Fei's side and said, Demon Lin, I heard that you are a monstrous genius. I didn't know you had this ability. From the words Demon Lin, everyone could clearly see that Young Master Divine Sword wanted to defeat Lin Fei step by step. First, he seized the position of the Sword God Sect's leader and confirmed his strength. Then, he drove Lin Fei out, which was Young Master Divine Sword's first step. You and I are called monstrous geniuses in the sect, but now you are still driven out by me. I have always believed in one sentence. Nothing is certain until the end. Faced with young Master Divine Sword's provocation, Lin Fei said calmly, I am looking forward to it. Young Master Divine Sword laughed mockingly. After young Master Divine Sword took first place, he was basically qualified. After the remaining geniuses failed, it was Taoist Gentleman's turn. He had been holding it in for a long time and seemed eager to show off. 6 pieces of meteorite. Taoist Gentleman was very dissatisfied with this result. If he was given more time, he would definitely achieve more than this result. He might even surpass young Master Divine Sword's first place result. City Lord Lin, everyone has discussed more or less. Could it be that you have chosen to give up? Taoist Gentleman was not very satisfied with this result, but it didn't mean that he couldn't vent his anger on someone. Taoist Gentleman, your ears are really bad. Who said that I am giving up? Lin Fei said with a smile. Taoist Gentleman knew that Lin Fei was eloquent. He was no match for Lin Fei in this aspect. He could only use facts to mock Lin Fei. Then, go ahead. Don't waste everyone's time. We still have to elect the alliance leader. You are eloquent, but how can you, a half-step heaven immortal, compare to me? Taoist Gentleman knew that Lin Fei was very strong. No matter how strong he was still a half-step heaven immortal. Back then, he set up the level 9 spell formation to accumulate his strength. Taoist Gentleman believed that Lin Fei's accumulation was very deep. It would be very difficult for Lin Fei to break through to the heaven immortal stage. It could be said that Lin Fei had to break 5 pieces of meteorite to be qualified to become a counselor. You despicable person, watch carefully. Lin Fei laughed heartily and soared into the sky, hovering there. Taoist Gentleman's eyes flashed with anger, but he forcefully endured it. Lin Fei was a bastard. Why bother with him? Brother Sword God, how many meteorites do you think Lin Fei can break? Taoist Gentleman sat down and asked Sword God Young Master. It shouldn't be more than 5. Sword God Young Master said with certainty. Taoist Gentleman laughed. I think so too. Taoist Gentleman, Sword God Young Master, don't you think that Lin Fei will lose for sure? How about we make a bet? Taoist He Tian laughed. If you don't dare, then forget it. Taoist Gentleman had already determined that Lin Fei would lose for sure. He wasn't worried at all. Taoist He Tian, I heard that you have a sacred medicine on you. It can regenerate flesh and bones. I quite like it. Taoist Gentleman looked at Taoist He Tian and said. Taoist He Tian clapped his hands, as expected of the profound sect. You even know this kind of information. With a wave of his hand, a wooden box appeared in his hand. Runes were sealed on it. The appearance of the sacred medicine shocked them. With the sacred medicine, one could not die from serious injuries. It was one of the best treasures for self-defense. Taoist Gentleman, I've taken out the sacred medicine. Taoist Black Tian said, I heard that one of the profound sect's treasures, the unfettered fan, is in your hands. Why don't you take it out for a bet? You think your sacred medicine is worth that much? Taoist Gentleman was slightly shocked. He didn't expect this guy to really take out the sacred medicine. Then what about my demon bow? Tai snorted coldly. A black longbow appeared in front of him, emitting boundless demon chi. This time, everyone was stunned. Taoist He Tian taking out the sacred medicine was already shocking enough. Now, Tai took out the demon bow. Was he crazy? Could it be that Lin Fei could really create a miracle? Taoist Gentleman hesitated. If it was just the sacred medicine, Taoist Gentleman definitely wouldn't care. But with Tai's demon bow, he had to think about it. Tai's strength was all in the demon bow. If he lost the demon bow, Tai's strength would decrease by about half. How could Taoist Gentleman not be tempted? What's wrong? You don't dare? Taoist He Tian said smugly. Who said I don't dare? Since Taoist Gentleman had spoken, how could he refuse? You can take out the sacred medicine and the demon bow. Do you think I can't take out the unfettered fan? Taoist gentleman was still somewhat afraid of Tai's strength. If he could take out the demon Bao, Tai's strength would definitely drop. Senior Long, please be the witness. Taoist gentleman turned his head and said. Long Batian said, since you want me to be the witness, leave it with me. In reality, Long Batian was laughing in his heart. When he regretted it later, there would be a good show to watch. Chapter 682. No one had expected that because of Demon Lin, Taoist Master Junzi would place a heavy bet and even take out the Carefree Fan. The Carefree Fan was one of the treasures of Xianmen sect. It was a celestial artifact that could suppress one's fate. It was rarely shown to the public. Who would have thought that they would get to see it this time? It really is the treasure of Xianmen sect. Taoist Master Junzi handed the Carefree Fan to the people of the dragon race. The fan shone brightly and could be considered a treasure. Tai's demon Bao isn't bad either. The other treasure was Tai's demon Bao. Black fog surrounded it and the roar of a demon beast could be heard. It was made of demon bones and contained the powerful aura of a demon beast. How crazy! Almost no one present thought highly of Demon Lin. Black Sky Priest sat down and sent a voice transmission to Tai. You're quite bold. Aren't you afraid of losing your demon Bao? I believe that Brother Lin won't disappoint me. Tai was very calm. You're crazier than me. Black Sky Priest was impressed and thought to himself, Lin Fei, you have to work hard. Don't screw over Tai's demon Bao. The people who had been watching the show couldn't help but be tempted. Taoist Master Black Sky, how about we make a bet? Seeing that they could make a huge profit, the other factions couldn't help but be greedy. They headed straight for Black Sky Priest, wanting to get something out of him. Black Sky was originally arrogant and unruly. You people from the Life Alliance have nothing good. Don't join in the fun. The people from the Life Alliance had suffered a huge loss at the hands of Demon Lin. It wasn't easy for them to get some money, so they naturally had to be thick-skinned. Whatever the Xianmen can take out, our Life Alliance can too. With the Life Alliance interfering, the other factions couldn't sit still and all made their move. They didn't dare to bet with Demon Lin, so they didn't mind starting with Black Sky and Tai. They would take their benefits and attack him. Anyone with eyes could see that they were close to Demon Lin. If they didn't attack him, it would be too unkind. In the sky, Lin Fei was familiarizing himself with the technique. When he saw the scene below, he found it funny. A bunch of idiot. You'll suffer later. When the time comes, you have to get a treasure from Black Sky Priest. I can't lose out. Gambling was what Lin Fei had kindly reminded him about. Tai, I heard that you demons have a decree left behind by the Heaven Realm Patriarch. Why don't you take it out? The Sword God, who had been silent all this while, spoke in a sharp tone. It was obvious that he didn't care for ordinary treasures. A decree. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the Sword God wanted to bet with Tai? Decrees were decrees that could only be refined by a great power in the Heaven Realm. They contained a supreme celestial might that could suppress the 1,000 worlds, and no one could stop them. Aside from the top forces, no one else had this kind of lost treasure. The reason why the great sects could survive for 10,000 years was because of their inheritance and their own resources. Just a decree alone was enough to make others feel like they were in the dust. Young Master God of Swords, you are well informed, you even know about this. Tai Yi's expression did not change. The Demon Clan does have the decree of the Demon Clan's Patriarch. If you're interested, I don't mind fighting with you. Things had developed to this extent, which was completely unexpected. He had even taken out a supreme treasure like the decree. It's just a decree. To me, it's just a useless thing. It won't be of any use. Young Master God of Swords waved his hand, and a jade box appeared in front of him. There was a rune stuck on it, and it gave off a terrifying aura. A decree. It must be a decree in the jade box. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the big shot. This young Master God of Swords was too mysterious. He was even crazier than them to place such a heavy bet on a decree. This sort of decree precious treasure was entirely capable of crushing a heavenly immortal realm expert as soon as it was utilized, and it was capable of easily annihilating the expert. Now, he was using it as a bet? They suspected that they were seeing things. Tai moved slightly, and a jade box also appeared in his hand. It also gave off a terrifying aura, and it was obviously much stronger than young Master God of Swords' decree. Young Master God of Swords is so bold. Tai raised his hand, and the jade box flew out and appeared in front of Long Batian. Young Master God of Swords also brought the jade box in front of him. Long Batian took it quietly and used his own strength to suppress the two jade boxes to prevent any accident. A decree. What a shocking aura. Lin Fei was multitasking, paying attention to the movements below. Dragon King, what is a decree? Lin Fei was very unfamiliar with a decree. Don't burn me, I'll tell you. In the divine fire space, Long Xiao was wrapped in divine fire, forming a small space. At this time, he was extremely miserable and could be extinguished at any time. A decree is actually not a powerful thing. It's nothing more than a sentence. It contains the will of an immortal master, which is the strength of a zenith heaven golden immortal. After a long time, the will weaken. Long Xiao said disapprovingly. So, a decree can only be used by an immortal master of zenith heaven golden immortal? In theory, yes. However, this kind of decree must be from a powerful immortal master, otherwise it won't have any power. Lin Fei came back to his senses and had a doubt. Could it be that this sword immortal is related to the immortal realm? Long Xiao said that a decree was worthless, but the sword immortal could easily take it out. It was conceivable that there must be a problem. As for taking it out from the divine sword sect, it seemed unlikely. Begin. Lin Fei threw out the thought and controlled the Big Bang formation of 18,000 people. Come out, Emperor Pangu. Lin Fei's divine sense fused into the formation. A huge accumulation burst out and was injected into the formation. Why is the sky dark? The sky above the Dragon Island suddenly darkened, shocking everyone. Could it be that the alien races are attacking? Those who didn't know the reason couldn't help but stand up with a solemn expression. Everyone, don't worry. It's not the alien races. Long Batian's voice reverberated above the Dragon Island. This is just the power of the Big Bang formation. Power. Bullshit. So many people attacked before, but there was no change in power. Why did Demon Lin attack? Heaven and earth changed color. Although it covered the Dragon Island, one could see that it was extraordinary. The half-step celestial immortal geniuses were all dumbfounded. Just this change in power was definitely enough to make them break out in a cold sweat. I'm not convinced. We're all half-step celestial immortals. How can Demon Lin produce power? These words undoubtedly represented the unwillingness of those geniuses. Having power doesn't mean that he can break more meteorites. It's just an empty shell. Taoist gentleman was obviously very calm. How could Demon Lin be more powerful than him? What a solid Emperor Pangu! Someone exclaimed. He really couldn't believe what he saw. Chapter 683. Only one person wasn't surprised. It had to be Long Batian. When they had attacked Lin Fei, they hadn't been able to do anything to him. Instead, they had become his helpers, allowing him to become much stronger. This was something they had found out later on. From this, they could see how strong Lin Fei was. At this moment, Lin Fei had summoned the powerful Emperor Pangu. This wasn't a surprise at all. Long Batian had known from the start. The expressions of the others changed. For example, Black Sky Taoist, Tai, a bunch of genius disciples, and even the big shot. They all stood up at the same time because they were stunned. Tai, did you know this from the start? That's why you took out your demon bow to bet. You're going to be furious. Black Sky Taoist wanted to be on good terms with Lin Fei. One reason was because of Tai, and the other was because of the pills from the myth tower. He didn't have much confidence, but who would have thought that the outcome would be so surprising? He had become the big winner. Right now, the Xiantian continent was filled with war everywhere. Pills had become a hot commodity, and the Godmyth Tower was one of the most outstanding of them all. Despite having researched for several years, they were still unable to unravel the mysteries of pills. As a result, pills had become mainstream, and everyone wanted to obtain pills from Lin Fei. Thus, they came to the conclusion that Lin Fei wasn't that great of a person, but his pills were top-notch. Brother Lin was born a monster. There's nothing to be surprised about. Tai was really calm. Before he was half a step into heaven celestial, Lin Fei had been able to fight with perfected gentlemen. Tai also knew about the battle outside Myth City. He had been so terrifying back then. After becoming half a step into heaven celestial, his strength had increased. Tai believed that Lin Fei would give them a surprise. Haha, we're rich. Black Sky's eyes lit up. With this aura, the Emperor Pangu that he summoned would definitely be extraordinary. There should be no less than 5 meteors that could be smashed. The other big shots weren't in a good mood. In order to get some money from him and attack Lin Fei, they had spent a lot of money. When they saw Demon Lin's attitude, their faces turned black. They were just short of praying to the gods. Why did they have to put on such a show? If they knew that Demon Lin's accumulation was so terrifying, they definitely wouldn't have placed such a huge bet. Now they had placed such a huge bet. On the contrary, he could not see any hope. A shadow shrouded his heart like a mountain pressing down on him. Open! Emperor Pangu opened his eyes, and a disdainful aura enveloped a large area. Those with low cultivation immediately knelt on the ground, trembling. The others couldn't do much either, but they all had good expressions on their faces. Crack, 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 the giant axe falling from the sky seemed to have landed on their hearts, causing them to palpitate in fear. The dark clouds parted, and Pangu the Great scattered. Dragon Island returned to normal. However, to them, the scene from earlier was a huge blow. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 7 pieces, 8 pieces, a total of 8 pieces. A giant dragon reported the final number. The geniuses were stunned. The big shots were stunned. They wanted to scold him and suspect that he was cheating. Since when did a half-step heaven celestial have such strength? That didn't make sense. No matter how much accumulation he had, he shouldn't have reached such a level. He was even stronger than Sword God Young Master? Noble Master, Sword God Young Master, the bunch of geniuses were all stunned. Their gazes landed on the shattered meteor stones, and they were unable to connect it to what had happened just now. Demon Lin smashed 8 of them right away. 8 meteor stones. He exceeded Sword God Young Master. City Head Lin, you really make me look at you differently. The first to speak was the demon leader. He was also shocked by Lin Fei's actions. A total of 8 meteor stones. City Head Lin, you are young and promising. In the future, you will be the younger generation. We are old. Ocean God Emperor smiled and said. At the same time, he said to Crown Prince Kate, do you still need to question Lin Fei now? Crown Prince Kaiser's reputation had already spread far and wide. He was subconsciously disgusted by Lin Fei, who had caught up to him. Lin Fei was just an undeserved reputation. No matter how strong a half-step heavenly immortal was, how strong could he be? 8 meteor stones. Crown Prince Kate was speechless. Noble Master, I'm sorry. I'll be taking it away. Hei Tian came back to his senses and shouted excitedly. The carefree fan was one of the treasures of the Xian sect's righteous path. How could Hei Tian not be happy? Taoist gentleman's face darkened. He had simply lifted a rock and dropped it on his own foot. He was in a bad situation. Senior Brother Noble, the carefree fan is our Xian sect's treasure. Are you going to let him take it away? An elder was furious. He could only use this method to express his dissatisfaction. Elder, don't worry. I will take the carefree fan back. Noble Master suppressed his anger and cursed in his heart. How could Demon Lin break 8 meteor stones? He didn't even have the strength of a heaven celestial. After breaking 8 meteor stones, Noble Master was reborn. Lin Fei's strength was like before, half-step heaven celestial. However, half-step heaven celestial had played a huge joke on him. Lin Fei, you must have cheated. A half-step heaven celestial genius flew out and questioned Lin Fei's ability to break 8 meteor stones. You're just a hindrance. Everyone saw Lin Fei shoot forwards like an arrow and appear in front of that genius. His fist smashed into that genius's body, sending him flying. Lin Fei's foot came down from the sky and trampled that genius into the ground. The ground beneath that genius's body cracked open, and he fainted. I don't know. Who dares to say that I cheated? I don't mind helping him loosen his bones. A cruel half-step heaven celestial. Those who were originally dissatisfied saw the other party in such a miserable state. After weighing the pros and cons, no one dared to make a move. They were not on the same level, so they decisively chose to remain silent. All the big shots had tried the meteor stones. Lin Fei had a grudge against the dragon race. How could he cheat? Lin Fei kicked the genius away. I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, I would have crippled him. The sect behind this genius did not dare to say a word. It was simply unreasonable. City Lord Lin, the carefree fan is useless to me. How about exchanging it for pills? Just give me one and Tai one. Lin Fei just walked back. Heijin came down with the carefree fan and tossed it to Lin Fei without a word. It was as if he didn't care about the treasure at all. No problem. Lin Fei picked up the carefree fan. This fan is not bad. It will be good for auction. I think many people will like it. Heijin knew that this would happen. He took out other treasures. City Lord Lin, will you accept these pills? Lin Fei wasn't afraid at all. He waved his hand. Of course we will. Can't you see these treasures? They are worth a lot. Our legend tower is lacking items to auction. The people who placed the bets cried out in their hearts. They wanted to get benefits from Heijin, so naturally they placed huge bets. In the end, they suffered heavy losses. The treasures landed on the legend tower. They were stunned once more. This was really bad. Lin Fei didn't wait for them to react. He kept the treasures. When the auction starts, he would make all of them vomit blood once more. Heijin was satisfied. Since Lin Fei said that, then there would definitely be no problems. Tai, do you have a problem with this? Tai smiled. No, I like this way of doing things. When the elders saw that Taoist Erebus, Tai, and the others had sold their treasures to Demon Lin and didn't care about them at all, they were furious. If the treasures landed on Heijin and Tai, they might be able to get them back. But when they heard that Demon Lin wanted to auction them, they were stunned. They were so furious that they vomited blood. Each of the treasures in their hands was extraordinary. If Demon Lin really took them out to auction, it wouldn't be a small matter. If the treasures landed in the hands of other sects, they would lose all their face. I didn't expect you to hide so much. Sword God Young Master lost the decree treasure. There were no emotions on his face, but in truth, he felt pained. He had underestimated Lin Fei's strength. He didn't have heaven's celestial strength, and instead, he was even stronger than them. He had used the power of an emperor. Hide. Lin Fei shook his head. I have never hidden anything. It is just a problem with your eyesight. It is just a decree. You don't seem to feel any heartache. Lin Fei was the best at mocking people. Next, Long Batian spoke up to stop them. They were about to continue arguing. After Lin Fei showed off, the geniuses behind him were all covered up. No one paid attention to them anymore. Just like that, the 11 representatives were chosen. Apart from 3 first-rate factions, the other 8 were from the top 10 factions. As for why 2 of them didn't get chosen, it was because they had hidden their strength well. The 11 representatives were chosen. They had an important role in the continent. They would become giants that could punish any faction. From this moment onwards, the 11 forces would change the power structure of the continent. Especially after the Outsiders' army was driven out, the 11 counselors would replace the 10 super forces and establish the true importance of the continent's alliance. Over time, a new interest group would be formed. If not for the appearance of the alien race army, the factions of the continent wouldn't have allied together. The current situation had reached a point where they had to ally together. Okay, now that the representatives have been chosen, we will begin the selection of the alliance leader tomorrow. Long Baitian's words meant that today's matters ended here. Tomorrow would be the most intense day. But speaking of which, today was still very lively. For example, the elders who lost many treasures. Chapter 684. Bastard! Lin Fei, you bastard! I will kill you! In a resting room, Taoist gentleman was in a rage. After returning from the meeting, he was in a state of rage. His originally smiling face was replaced with malevolence. Lin Fei. Taoist gentleman had never hated a person so much, and Lin Fei was the one he hated the most. Everyone in the room, including the elders and others, did not even dare to breathe loudly. At the same time, they had to resist the immortal might of a heaven immortal. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat, and they were suffering unspeakably. They originally thought that they had Lin Fei in their grasp, but in the end it was as if the heavens were playing a joke on them. Taoist gentleman's plan was to first chase Lin Fei out of the position. When the time came, he would have a legitimate reason to take care of Lin Fei, and no one would be able to find fault with him. In the end, Lin Fei climbed all the way up to the position of counselor. Not just anyone could change the Continental Alliance Conference. Taoist gentleman was powerless. Now that Lin Fei was in this position, he had the qualifications, and his status would be the same as them. Every time Taoist gentleman saw Lin Fei, he felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Today's scene was especially infuriating. 8 pieces of sky meteor. If it was someone else who broke 8 pieces of sky meteor, Taoist gentleman would not be so angry. However, it was this brat, Lin Fei, who kept swaying in front of him. I must kill him. Taoist gentleman did not plan to deal with Lin Fei step by step. He could not wait any longer. If he did not take care of Lin Fei, there would always be a shadow in his heart that would affect him and his cultivation. It was like an inner demon, and if he did not get rid of it, the impact would be great. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed my way to Myth City when I became a heaven immortal and killed Lin Fei. It would have been better than him sitting in the position of counselor. Taoist gentleman really wanted to slap himself. He was filled with regret. If Lin Fei became one of the 11 counselors, he would be one of the top powers in the continent. Myth City had the ability to develop, and no one dared to look down on them. Tomorrow's selection of the alliance leader will be an opportunity to kill him. Taoist gentleman thought to himself, when the time comes, as long as I act quickly and don't give Lin Fei any chance to escape, I'll kill him. Even if the others have other thoughts, they won't oppose me. A dead man, no matter how valuable he is, will vanish with his death. Taoist gentleman continued on, but he felt that the longer the delay, the more trouble there would be. Taoist gentleman, can you come out for a chat? Taoist gentleman's face darkened, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, Since young Master Divine Swordsman has invited me, how could I dare not come? I'll be there in a moment. In the room, the celestial might dissipated. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Taoist gentleman didn't even spare him a glance. He dutifully opened the door and walked out. I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing that the sect leader asked senior brother gentleman to come. An elder let out a light sigh. His performance and actions this time had greatly fallen short of his standards. Even more so, he had been blinded by hatred. Outside the Dragon Clan's barrier, an elegant voice came from an island. At the beginning, the tune was elegant, making people feel relaxed and happy. Then, a storm arrived, filled with killing intent. The scarlet smell of blood spread across the surface of the sea. Sea beasts surfaced one after another, but they were not breathing. What a killing tune! The sound waves contained sword intent. It truly kills without leaving a trace. The white-clad man landed on the island, and the sound waves surged up, but they were dispersed. The sound waves split into two, bypassing the white-clad man. The sound of the zither stopped, and the sudden storm faded away. The surface of the sea returned to normal under the night sky. Sea beasts leaped out of the sea one after another, devouring the bodies of the sea beasts happily. It was as if nothing had happened earlier. It's just something that can't be shown in public. This white-clad man was naturally Taoist gentleman. As for the person who played the killing tune, he was none other than young Master Divine Swordsman. His zither-playing skills were excellent, and few could compare to him. Young Master Divine Swordsman withdrew. With a wave of his hand, a long table appeared in front of him, and wine was placed on it. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a reunion between old friends. Everyone knows that young Master Divine Swordsman is good at sword techniques, but who knows that not only is his sword technique outstanding, but he is also good at playing the zither? I'm very impressed. Taoist gentleman was very wary of young Master Divine Swordsman. This guy was too mysterious, and he could even make an upper realm decree. It was impossible not to be wary of him. Young Master Divine Swordsman poured himself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. I know you want to deal with Lin Fei, but I also want to deal with Lin Fei. It's not a good thing if we don't get rid of him. Taoist gentleman smiled. Divine Swordsman, you have a grudge against Lin Fei, so why did you invite me? With your ability, dealing with Lin Fei should be a piece of cake. Deal with Lin Fei? I won't be a knife in your hand. I'm not an idiot. You want me to make a move? Don't think that I have to give you face just because you're the sect leader. We're both heaven immortals, there's nothing to compare. Although Taoist gentleman wanted to deal with Lin Fei, it did not mean that he would be his knife and charge through enemy lines. Young Master Divine Swordsman shook his head. A mere Lin Fei is nothing to me. In my eyes, he's just a clown. I can crush him with one hand. I didn't ask you out for Lin Fei, but for something else. Interesting. Taoist gentleman was puzzled. What was this young Master Divine Swordsman up to? He poured himself a cup of wine and said, I'm all ears. Have you thought about what it would be like to go to the upper realm? Young Master Divine Swordsman looked at Taoist gentleman. What do you mean? Taoist Master Gentleman's expression changed, and he put down his wine cup. His previously calm demeanor was replaced by a serious expression. It's nothing. It's just that if a genius like you doesn't have anyone to support you in the upper realm and doesn't have a good sect, you will fall into obscurity. Young Master Divine Swordsman said, You can treat it as a lie, but your heart will tell you that the upper realm is cruel. It's not as beautiful as you imagine it to be. Taoist gentleman fell silent. Although everyone spoke of the upper realm as beautiful, as an elite of a large sect, Taoist gentleman knew that the upper realm was even more cruel than the lower realm. In the lower realm, he was a genius, but in the upper realm, geniuses were everywhere. Speak your mind, Taoist gentleman said bluntly. Chapter 685. P.S. The title of the previous chapter was wrong. It should be Secret Talk instead of Spy. Sorry for the mistake. Young Master Sword God and Taoist gentleman both went out. Aren't you worried that they're plotting something? They're definitely up to no good. During the day, Lin Fei displayed his skills, suppressing young Master Sword Deity and shattering 8 meteorite. At night, Erebus and Tai came to visit. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Fei had already expected this scene. It was not strange at all. It was not surprising to say that they were colluding with each other. What will come sooner or later. What can I do worrying? Stop them? People should be open. As the saying goes, even if the sky falls, we can cover it with a blanket. What do you think? Young Master Sword God and Taoist gentleman leaving Dragon Island was not a big deal. Many people paid attention to it. After all, they were both elites and sky immortals. Their every move was closely watched. After Erebus found out, he dragged Tai along. He did not expect that Lin Fei did not care. He felt ashamed. He was not as calm as Lin Fei in this aspect. Young Master Sword God and Taoist gentleman might be plotting something. They would care about anyone. Lin Fei being so relaxed made Erebus feel uneasy. There seemed to be a gap between the two. They are colluding with each other. So what? Brother Lin is right. Tai squinted and smiled. They're probably plotting something to torment people. No matter how powerful they are, they will only be like that in the future. There's nothing worth paying attention to. They won't amount to anything. Tai never liked people who liked to play tricks. No matter what their background was, they were useless in his eyes. They wouldn't amount to anything. Coming from the mouth of a sky immortal, it was hard to refute. Erebus did not want to continue on this topic. City Lord Lin, these are the treasures they lost. I'll give them to you now. You don't know, but when it was over, they all asked to trade with other treasures. They wanted to get their treasures back. Their hearts ached. The room was immediately filled with suppressing treasures. Every single one of them was made by a big shot and was extraordinary. Lin Fei looked at the pile of treasures. This is the result of being greedy. However, this is also good. Let them bleed a lot and let them remember this lesson for the rest of their lives. These treasures were all quite good and could be considered precious treasures. Compared to the carefree fan of the Xianmen orthodox path, it was still quite a bit inferior. However, it was still of a high grade. If it was used in an auction, it would definitely be very eye-catching. They would definitely buy it at a high price. Lin Fei took out some of the pills and handed them to Black Sky and Tai. These are the pills you need. As for the rest, I'll give them to you when we get back. Greater One Dao said, that's enough. Without your help, we wouldn't have been able to defeat them. As for the rest, forget it. Black Sky was also a smart person. This time, they could win. The most important thing was Lin Fei. Didn't he just say that greed didn't have a good ending? He wasn't willing to miss out on making friends for the sake of some pills. I also think that Greater One is right. We can't take any more, Black Sky said with a chuckle. He put away the pills. If there's a good opportunity like this next time, City Lord Lin, don't forget about me. The two of them sat in the room for a while before leaving. Before they left, Greater One said to Lin Fei, Black Sky's personality is not bad. You can get along with him. However, you have to be careful of young Master Divine Sword and the others. I have a feeling that this person is very mysterious. He must have many tricks up his sleeve. Alright, take this decree. With that, he took out a jade box. Lin Fei refused. This is your treasure. Keep it to protect yourself. Things like decrees can still be used in critical moments. He had learned from the Dragon King that the decree contained the will of an immortal lord. It could be considered a protective talisman. Young Master Divine Sword might look indifferent, but Lin Fei guessed that he must be feeling the pinch. Tai Yi was very determined. I have my own decrees. This one belongs to you. I'd like to know what the Master of Swords would be like when he loses his own decree. It would be very interesting. He left without waiting for Tai Yi to speak. Greater One, this guy, Lin Fei shook his head. He looked at the jade box in his hand and put it away. He turned around and went back to his room. Hairball, come out. Over the past few days, Lin Fei had given Furball a holiday. Furball had run off to who knew where, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He called out a few times, but there was no response. Originally, he had wanted to go to Long Baishan's place. On Dragon Island, every move was watched. Lin Fei didn't dare to act recklessly. He didn't want to expose his relationship with the Dragon Clan for the time being. A trump card was a real trump card that others didn't know about. If others knew about it, it wouldn't be a trump card. Stupid hairball, if you don't come out now, I won't bring you out anymore. Seeing that hairball didn't come out, Lin Fei had to use his trump card. As expected, hairball came out as soon as he finished speaking. She looked very different from before. After devouring a lot of natural treasures, hairball's body had grown a lot bigger. Jingguang was shining all over her body. She was obviously a nouveau riche. Don't be fooled by the golden glow around him that made him look mighty. However, Lin Fei knew very well that this guy only looked impressive on the outside. In reality, he was nothing at all. Up until now, he still didn't have any mystique. As for his disguise, that didn't count. Lord Dragon King. With Hairball's ability to travel through the void, Lin Fei appeared in front of Long Batian without anyone noticing. He didn't have to worry about being discovered by others who were watching. Long Batian stood up and said respectfully. Lin Fei swaggered and sat on Long Batian's previous seat as if it was his own house. You've done well these past few days. If he hadn't subdued the Dragon Clan and impersonated the Dragon King, he didn't know what the outcome of the Continental Alliance Conference would be. This is what your people should do. Long Batian didn't take credit at all. Lord Dragon King, you have to be careful in tomorrow's Alliance leader battle, especially that sword prodigy. Oh, what's so special about him? Lin Fei asked. I sense the aura of an immortal on him. Long Batian thought for a while and said, Dragon King, don't misunderstand. I'm not talking about his aura. There's another aura on him, a pure immortal aura. I suspect that he has communicated with the immortals of the upper world. Lin Fei suddenly understood. He always felt that sword prodigy wasn't ordinary, as if there was a powerful existence spying on him. Long Batian's words enlightened him, and he realized what it was. Communicating with the immortals of the upper world? How is that possible? Lin Fei was surprised. To go up from the lower world, one had to go through the heavenly tribulation. But to come down from the upper world, there were many difficulties. Ordinary immortals would rarely do that. Even communicating with them was extremely difficult. Sword prodigy communicated with the immortals of the upper world? Unbelievable. Nothing is impossible. Sword prodigy isn't ordinary. He might be a pawn of the immortals of the upper world. I can't tell what he is exactly. Lord Dragon King, you have to be careful. Long Batian couldn't know the inside story and could only remind him. We will know what the purpose of the upper world is in 3 months. Lin Fei didn't know about the upper world. It was an illusory place. Oh yes, I have a decree with me. Help me take a look. Lin Fei suddenly thought of something and took out the jade box. He believed that Long Batian would be able to tell something. Long Batian was flattered. Lord Dragon King, don't worry. If there's something wrong with the decree, I will definitely be able to tell. Back then, our Dragon Clan had decrees, so I'm very familiar with them. Long Batian carefully took the decree and set up a formation around it to prevent the aura from leaking out. Opening the jade box, a majestic aura covered the sky and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Fortunately, he set up a formation to block all the aura. Lin Fei and Long Batian's faces changed. Although this was the aura that leaked out from the jade box, they could clearly feel that it was an incomparably powerful existence. Inside the jade box was a golden talisman that shone with a resplendent light. It was like a sun, causing people to feel the urge to worship it. Lin Fei hurriedly summoned the motionless Wisdom King, and only then did he suppress this urge to worship. Terrifying, truly terrifying. If I really meet an immortal monarch of Zenith Heaven, I'm afraid the other party can make me lose consciousness with just a thought. Lin Fei was shocked. Long Batian took a look and his face changed. There's something wrong with this decree. There's something wrong with it. As the patriarch of the Dragon Clan, he had lived for a long time and knew many secrets. Others might not be able to see the difference in the decree, but Long Batian was different. Is it fake? This was the first thought that came to Lin Fei's mind. No, the decree is real. Long Batian shook his head and said, however, this decree was made recently and has lost its ancient flavor. Newly made? This time, Lin Fei was shocked. A Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal recently refined a decree. What a joke, how could this be possible? It should be like this. Long Batian closed the box and the terrifying aura was taken away. Behind the sword god young master, there should be a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Lin Fei squinted. No wonder, there was a rumor in the sect that this sword god young master had a mysterious origin. The higher-ups attached great importance to him, and allowed him to do whatever he wanted in the sect. At that time I didn't believe it. Now it seems that this sword god young master really has such a thing. However, the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal can't come down. Why should I worry? Maybe I can even plunder treasures from him. If a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was in the upper realm, Lin Fei might be worried, but in the lower realm, there was nothing to worry about. Could it be that he could kill him through the air? Long Batian listened to these words and his heart shook. Sure enough, this guy is crazy. He is not worried even when a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal is watching. If it was me, I'm afraid I would run away. Lord Dragon King, it's best not to use the decree in the Jade Box. Otherwise, you will be fooled. Long Batian's expression was dignified. However, no matter how strong a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal is, it can't affect the people below. Because breaking the passage requires a tyrannical power. A Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal is not enough. Moreover, other Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals and Immortal Emperors may not allow it. Chapter 686. Under the azure sky, waves after waves washed over the pitch-black rocks. On the huge Dragon Island, 11 counselors and a part of the Alliance had gathered. They were all looking forward to the selection of the Alliance leader. Although the conference had not been held for a long time, for some reason, the foreign race's army outside seemed to have caught wind of something and started to move out. They kept attacking the various forces in a frenzy. Many forces fell one after another and surrendered their cities. No one could guess what was going on. Therefore, the various forces could not wait to end the conference as soon as possible. If it dragged on, there would be terrible losses that they could not afford. Once the position of the Alliance leader was confirmed, the mainland would launch a counterattack and chase the foreign race's army out of the mainland. The position of Alliance leader was very important. The Dragon Tribe leader is here. Long Batian landed with a dignified face. He did not seem to be affected by the selection of the Alliance leader. Everyone, please be quiet. After Long Batian sat down, he stood up and his loud voice reverberated across the Dragon Island. Everyone knew that Long Batian had something to say. Since the start of the conference, the only thing that is missing is a leader who can lead everyone. As the notary, the Dragon Tribe will not interfere. Long Batian looked around and many people lowered their heads in shame. Since the foreign race's army is attacking the various forces, this is not a good thing. The Alliance leader will be chosen today. 3 days later, we will launch a counterattack against the foreign race's army. Does anyone have any objections? 3 days later. We agree with the Dragon Tribe. The foreign races have taken the wrong medicine. They are attacking us from all directions. We must choose a leader as soon as possible to lead us against the foreign races. Everyone agreed with Long Batian. The situation outside was changing too fast. They could not afford to waste time. The conference was not to waste time. It was to unite and fight against the foreign races together. They would chase them out of the mainland and return peace to the mainland. 11 counselors, each force will choose one person to be the Alliance leader. This person must be strong. Otherwise, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Long Batian continued. When the time comes, it will be a one-on-one battle. The loser will step down and the winner will step up. The last person will be the Supreme Alliance leader. No one had any objections. In a position like the Alliance Master, martial prowess was a must. No one could ignore this topic. Actually, there was no need to say anything. Everyone had already chosen a genius who could take on the role of an Alliance leader to fight for the position of Alliance leader. Don't look down on it just because it was a small Alliance leader. It would become a true commander of the continent and would be extremely useful. Who wouldn't be envious of it? If we were talking about the qualifications of a member of parliament, in that case, the Paragon Alliance Master would be the chairman, and his authority would be doubled. The most important thing was that the Paragon Alliance Master was the righteous one. Otherwise, the position of Paragon Alliance Master wouldn't be so important. One by one, the geniuses were selected. They gave off powerful auras and did not hide anything, displaying their strongest side. With the dragon race as the judge, no one doubted the fairness of the selection. 11 representatives, 11 geniuses, and the position of the Supreme Alliance leader. Everyone subconsciously stood up and looked at the sky above the island, at the array formation and the arena on the sea surface. The first match. Long Batian personally drew the lot. No one present was more qualified than him. The Dragon Island was qualified, no one was dissatisfied. Jiang Hai of the Life Alliance versus Taoist Master Junzi of the Profound Sect. The candidates for the first match were surprising, especially Taoist Master Junzi. His strength was tyrannical, and he was already a celestial immortal. He was stronger than Jiang Hai. The people of the Life Alliance had ugly expressions. Taoist Master Junzi's strength had spread far and wide. How could they not be nervous? Everyone had one chance in the selection of the Alliance leader. If they failed, they would lose the opportunity. The two of them flew out and landed on the sea surface. After that, the array formation was activated to prevent their auras from leaking out. Many people present couldn't resist it. Taoist Master Junzi, people say that you are the top 3 of the 10 prodigies. I, Jiang Hai, have always been unconvinced. Today, you and I have become celestial immortals. Let's have a match. Jiang Hai was a middle-aged man around 30 years old. He seemed very mature. Taoist Master Junzi smiled. You are not my opponent. It's better for you to admit defeat. Otherwise, you will lose face. Arrogant. Jadewave blue sky. Jiang Hai let out a loud roar. The seawater behind him rose up and formed a huge white wave that blotted out the sky. It seemed as if it was going to cover the entire Dragon Island. A black spear appeared in Jiang Hai's hand as he landed on the top of the wave. He rushed towards Taoist gentleman to suppress him. Taoist Master Junzi. Taoist Master Junzi made his move. His sword technique didn't seem to have any intention of harming his opponent, but it caused people to feel apprehensive. Outside the array, everyone was watching attentively. The position of the Alliance leader would have a huge impact on the upcoming changes. This Jiang Hai's attacks are fierce, but it's a pity that he can't do anything to Taoist Master Junzi. Taoist Master Junzi's sword technique is elegant. He has inherited the essence of the Junzi sword technique. If this goes on, Jiang Hai will definitely lose. On the sea surface, Jiang Hai and Taoist Master Junzi were fighting non-stop. The dragon tribe provided the array formation to deceive the heavenly Tao. Hence, the two of them would burst out with immortal energy from time to time, but the heavenly Tao wouldn't send down a heavenly tribulation. Wrath of a Gentleman. After Taoist Master Junzi dodged Jiang Hai's powerful spear, a white-robed gentleman floated out. Immortal energy runes fell from the sky like raindrops, enveloping Jiang Hai. Clang clang clang, Jiang Hai resisted with all his might, but he still couldn't block Taoist Master Junzi's attack. His body was covered in wounds, and the sword landed on his throat. I admit defeat, Jiang Hai said unwillingly. You admit defeat. Taoist Master Junzi smiled. No matter how one looked at it, it was advantageous, and no one could get angry. Jiang Hai took the initiative to admit defeat. The people of the Life League looked even worse. They didn't expect Taoist Master Junzi to be more powerful than they thought. He could even condense immortal energy runes. A newly advanced Heaven Immortals attack was nothing more than immortal energy. Runes formed from immortal energy was another function that required time to study. Ordinary Heaven Immortals who had just advanced could not use it. Under such circumstances, Jiang Hai's defeat was a foregone conclusion. First round, Taoist Master Junzi of the Profound Sect wins. Long Batian announced the result of the first round. No one was surprised by the result. It seemed like it was destined to be like this. Taoist Master Junzi's reputation was not undeserved. I didn't expect Taoist Master Junzi to have mastered immortal energy runes. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The two of them must have had some secret exchange last night. Fortunately, I have primordial qi. Otherwise, these immortal energy runes would be hard to deal with. Chapter 687. In the first round, Taoist gentlemen defeated Taoist Master Jiang Hai. The rest of the people couldn't help but be afraid, except for a limited number of people. The Taoist Master had defeated the Taoist Master Jiang Hai in one fell swoop. This meant that he was qualified to become the Supreme Alliance Master. For a moment, the remaining people couldn't help but regard the Taoist Master as an imaginary enemy. After the first round ended, the second round began immediately. The second match also exceeded everyone's expectations. It turned out to be the Celestial Swordsman of the Celestial Sword Sect versus the Celestial Net Sect's young Master Meng. A very strange name. Of course, those who knew of young Master Meng would not treat him as an ordinary person. Instead, they would treat him as a worthy opponent. The Tianluo sect was also one of the top 10 super forces, and young Master Meng was one of the elites among them. His reputation was not small either. More importantly, young Master Meng specialized in the dream world divinity. He was truly invincible and terrifying. Anyone who fought with young Master Meng would be subconsciously dragged into the dream realm. No matter how cautious they were, the outcome would be the same. The dream realm would continuously deplete the opponent's strength. Other than that, he could also assassinate the opponent in the dream realm. It was a rather impressive ability. Since the beginning of the world, no one had ever been able to break through the dream realm ability. Even though young Master Meng wasn't the strongest, he was still the most bizarre. This was something that everyone acknowledged. Therefore, the battle between young Master Sword and young Master Dream was seen as a battle where the disparity in strength was not too great. From the very beginning, young Master Meng used his Dream Realm Divine Art. It was as if he knew that he had to make young Master Divine Sword fall into his own dream realm in order to deal with young Master Divine Sword, whose sword will could reach the heavens. Once young Master Divine Sword entered the dream realm, he would gain the upper hand, and victory or defeat would be in his hands. Young Master Meng's Dream Realm Divine ability is indeed impressive to be able to pull young Master Sword God into a dream realm so quickly. On the surface of the sea, young Master Sword God and young Master Meng were motionless. In the blink of an eye, young Master Meng made his move. He had successfully trapped young Master Sword God into a dream and launched an attack on him in reality. When young Master Meng's attack attempted to land on the Sword God young Master, it was blocked by a sword intent. The sword intent pierced through the heavens and fortified the surroundings. It was actually automatically protecting its master. The Sword God young Master is not easy to deal with. That was the common thought of many big shot. Young Master Sword Deity was able to force the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect to retreat, so it was clear that his abilities were extraordinary. If young Master Meng were to take care of him so easily, the disparity between their abilities would be too great. Young Master Meng's attack had failed, so he entered the dreamland to attack. As for what would happen in the dream, no one knew. However, they knew that this dream was not a random dream. I didn't expect there to be someone in your world who cultivates the dream god art. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen someone who could use the Dream Realm divine ability. It sounded very extraordinary, and the Sword God Prince could not break it in a short time. Dream ability? Is it very powerful? Lin Fei asked. Although the dragon roar was controlled by the divine fire, it could still be seen outside. As for the voice transmission, it was Lin Fei alone. It was not easy to find a topic, so of course, he had to pretend. 3,000 dreams, do you understand? There was an immortal emperor in the upper realm who was proficient in the divine ability of dreams. One dream of 3,000 worlds and he knew everything. This little guy has only scratched the surface. The great dream of the 3,000 realms is omniscient. So awesome? Lin Fei was very surprised. He knew that Long Xiao would not lie to him. Otherwise, if a divine flame went down, it would be unavoidable for him to suffer. Of course, Long Xiao said with certainty, maybe this young Master Meng is a disciple of that immortal emperor. So, can this young Master Meng defeat young Master Divine Sword? That's hard to say. Long Xiao did not dare to speak carelessly. If the Sword God Prince cannot come out of the dream, it is equivalent to losing. In the future, if you meet an immortal with the divine ability of dreams, you'd better run as far away as possible. It's better not to offend him. If your luck is bad and you live in the dream for the rest of your life, you will really suffer. Lin Fei looked at the sea, and the Sword God Prince still did not move. He secretly remembered Long Xiao's words. Puff. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, everyone thought that the Sword God Prince would be defeated. Young Master Meng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face showed a shocked expression. His body was unstable, and then the Sword God Prince came to his senses. Very powerful divine ability of dreams, but unfortunately, you have only scratched the surface. You can't trap me. Sword God Prince, you are really good. Young Master Meng's face was pale, and it seemed that he was seriously injured. I admit defeat. In a battle of dreams, young Master Meng was defeated, which was very shocking. Young Master Meng, who was famous for his strangeness, was finally defeated by the Sword God Prince, which was unimaginable. The second round, the Sword God Prince wins. The second round ended in an exciting way, and the two strongest experts took a step forward. This young Master Meng really knows how to conduct himself. After being defeated in a dream, he directly chose to admit defeat. If he didn't admit defeat, his vitality might be greatly injured. The Sword God Prince's sword will is not to be trifled with. With regards to young Master Meng's defeat, Lin Fei was quite surprised. But on second thought, Long Xiao said that he had only scratched the surface, but to be able to trap the opponent for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, it was already quite impressive. The third round, the Myth City's perfected Lin Fei versus the fallen immortal sex perfected Fufeng. It's finally my turn. Lin Fei thought that Long Batian would let him pass, which would be too boring. Luckily, Long Batian didn't do that, or else he wouldn't mind giving him a few lashes at night. Seeing Lin Fei's expression, Dragon Overlord Body heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and thought to himself, luckily, I didn't pass, or else I would really have suffered. At the thought of the pain of being whipped by the dragon taming rope, he subconsciously shivered and didn't want to try it again. Originally, Long Batian was prepared to let Lin Fei pass, as it was just a small trick that others wouldn't be able to detect. But after thinking about it, he finally made the right choice. The two appeared on the surface of the sea, facing each other. City Lord Lin, seeing that you are a half-step heaven immortal, I'll allow you to take the initiative, lest you say that I'm bullying you. Perfected Fufeng's face was cold, as if everyone owed him money. He was so pretentious. Are you sure you want me to make the first move? Lin Fei smiled. I Fufeng always mean what I say. Go ahead. Perfected Fufeng's expression was still the same, as if he was a peerless expert who would defeat his opponent. Because if I make a move, you will definitely lose. In fact, Perfected Fufeng did have this thought, and he was more excited than anyone else. At least on the continent, there had never been anyone who had defeated Demon Lin. Demon Lin had been defeated by him. This was a glorious thing. Anyone would be happy if they were in his place. Since you say so, then I won't be polite. Don't blame me if you regret it later. Lin Fei flattered. Meteor Fire Rain. Lin Fei activated an immortal art. It was none other than Meteor Fire Shower. Boom, boom, boom. A rain of fire fell from the sky. The blazing aura instantly evaporated the water. Light smoke curled up on the surface of the sea, making it look like a fairyland as it smashed toward young Master Fufeng. Whoosh! The fist-sized rain of fire smashed onto the surface of the sea, causing water vapor to evaporate and fly up at a speed visible to the naked eye. What can a mere rain of fire do to me? Perfected Fufeng excelled in speed. He coquettishly took out a defensive celestial artifact, a red heaven gauze umbrella. He tried to move through the rain of fire and defeat Lin Fei fair and square. Seeing this, Lin Fei muttered in his heart, "What a show-off! A grown man using a red umbrella. So effeminate!" But the rain of fire smashed onto the heaven gauze umbrella. According to Perfected Fufeng's thoughts, it was just a rain of fire. His celestial artifact could naturally block it. A blazing aura came from the heaven gauze umbrella, and he almost sank into the sea. The rain of fire was so heavy that it made a dent on the umbrella. My heaven gauze umbrella! Perfected Fufeng almost vomited blood when he saw it. He doubted his eyes. Was it because his heaven gauze umbrella's defense was too weak, or was the opponent's attack too overbearing? This had never happened before. But. The fiery rain smashed down like raindrops, continuously smashing against the Heaven Luo umbrella. Everyone could clearly see that the Heaven Luo umbrella was in a state of collapse at an extremely fast speed. Crack! With a crisp sound, Perfected Fufeng's Heaven Gauze umbrella was destroyed. It completely lost its function and became scrap metal. Demon Lin, you're too despicable! Perfected Fufeng was enraged. He held his celestial sword horizontally, and the rain of fire attacked. He was truly angry. But, even though Perfected Fufeng's speed was shocking, he couldn't dodge the dense rain of fire. It kept smashing onto his body and the flames spread. Finally, his face revealed a look of horror. The rain of fire kept hitting Perfected Fufeng's body. His thick armor was instantly reduced to nothing. As for his celestial body, it was broken and battered. One celestial artifact after another was destroyed by the rain of fire. At first, Perfected Fufeng was furious, but then he calmed down. The rain of fire was like a kingdom. No matter how he tried, he couldn't break it. I admit defeat. Hurry up and stop the rain of fire. Perfected Fufeng was so anxious that he was about to cry. This rain of fire was too overbearing. One celestial artifact after another was destroyed by the attack. There was no one else worse off than him. Demon Lin is still so savage. Perfected Fufeng, we're going to lose so much this time. But why is this celestial art so terrifying? Immortal artifacts are destroyed after just a few hits. Is there something wrong with them? No one had expected Demon Lin to be so ferocious. Taoist Fufeng was really unlucky. He had lost so many immortal artifacts for no reason. At the same time, he was weighing in his heart. If he encountered Demon Lin's fire rain, would he be able to survive? Demon Lin's attack was too ferocious and too beastly. Just one celestial art was enough to make Perfected Fufeng speechless and make him admit defeat. He was probably the most miserable celestial immortal. But in reality, who knew that Lin Fei's meteor rain was bought from the system? Together with the heaven and earth divine fire, it surpassed ordinary celestial arts. Even if Lin Fei couldn't unleash its full power, the might of the heaven and earth divine fire wasn't something a small celestial artifact could resist. Third round, Perfected Lin Fei of Myth City wins. Chapter 688. Many people were surprised that the outcome of the third match was decided so quickly. From that moment on, they started to pay attention to Demon Lin's strength. Very few people had seen his true strength. At most, they had heard rumors and didn't know much about his true strength. Apart from that, Demon Lin was famous because of that demon immortal. In addition, he had been in seclusion for the past few days, and everyone suspected that he was afraid of Perfected Gentleman and the others. Now, it seemed like it wasn't that Demon Lin was afraid but that he didn't care. He had the combat power of a sky immortal. Perfected Gentleman Fufeng was amazing. He was one of the elites and was good at speed. In the end, a celestial technique forced Perfected Gentleman Fufeng to admit defeat. He lost a few celestial artifacts and suffered heavy losses. Lin Fei returned to his seat. Many people looked at him with admiration. It was obvious that they were trying to get on his good side. There were 11 representatives, and Demon Lin was one of them. His rise was inevitable. Regardless of whether he became the alliance leader or not, it was necessary to curry favor with him. Don't forget that behind Demon Lin was the Myth Tower. They were proficient in elixirs, battle armor, and everything else. There was a saying in the continent: anything produced by the Myth Tower is definitely of the highest quality. Just because of that and his status as a representative, as long as they weren't stupid, they wouldn't find trouble with Demon Lin. Instead, they would repair their relationship. Demon Lin's strength was obvious. He had defeated Perfected Gentleman Fufeng when he was half a step to Sky Immortal. It wasn't something that could be faked. Lin Fei thought to himself as he looked at the gazes. They are all fence-sitters. When the wind blows, they fall. Fourth round, Tai Yi from the Monster Race against Ice Palace's Ice Fairy. The Ice Palace was the only female sect within the superpowers. They didn't accept any men, and the women in the sect were all beautiful, cold, and aloof. They were like celestial maidens who didn't eat the food of the mortal world, and they rarely walked the continent. What a cold aura! Look, the surface of the sea is starting to freeze. It's too shocking. I can feel the cold even through the formation. If they fought personally, I would probably be frozen into an ice sculpture before I even attacked. When the white-robed Ice Fairy went up, everywhere she went, a land of ice instantly formed. It was like she had entered a country of ice and snow, shocking everyone. Even though this superfaction kept a low profile and nurtured disciples that no one dared to look down on, the disciples they nurtured were all geniuses. So cold. Lin Fei was equally shocked. As expected of a heavenly daughter, this Ice Fairy was indeed powerful. I wonder if Tai can defeat this woman. Lin Fei could tell that this woman was extraordinary. The Ice Fairy lived up to her name. If someone with low strength met her, they would be turned into an ice sculpture and lose all signs of life. Swish, 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 3 scorching suns shone in the sky. Tai was the first to act, using the divine archery. The sword radiance was like a scorching sun, shining with treasured light, dispelling the cold air. From this divine archery, one could see how extraordinary it was. What amazing archery! I wonder if the Ice Fairy can block it. Everyone's attention was focused on the surface of the sea. No, it should be the attacks on the ice. Among the geniuses, Tai was one of the best. His archery never missed, and he was unparalleled in the world. He rarely lost. The Ice Goddess was like a goddess as she blocked Tai's attack, surprising everyone. Her movements were relaxed, but the crowd was shocked. That's right, Tai said with a smile. The Ice Palace had raised a Valkyrie. Tai was skilled in long-range attacks. If it weren't for the fact that the demons' bodies were strong enough to block the cold air, the Ice Fairy wouldn't even need to attack. He would have admitted defeat. In a world of ice and snow, there was nothing but white on the ice surface. The Ice Fairy remained calm as she continued to shrink the area. Tai, this isn't good. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the leaders saw the signs. Even though Tai's divine archery was unparalleled in the world, the Ice Fairy's cold air turned into ice blades. They were everywhere, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. She gradually suppressed Tai. No one had expected this result. Tai was suppressed by the Ice Fairy. She used the Way of Ice to completely suppress Tai. She kept shrinking the area of the battle, including Tai of the demons. Tai is going to lose. Lin Fei shook his head. The Ice Palace was indeed powerful. They had defeated Tai in one move. He's frozen. This is the Ice Palace's Ice Sword technique. The calm Ice Fairy had used an opening in Tai's defense and used the Ice Palace's Palace Sword technique to defeat Tai. You're powerful. Tai admits defeat. The defeated Tai wasn't angry. If I'm not wrong, you're using 9th Hellfrost Chi. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so passive with my body. 9th Hellfrost Chi. Everyone was shocked. They finally understood why the Ice Fairy's cold air was so cold that it could suppress Tai of the demons. The Ice Fairy's voice was as cold as an iceberg. You're the first person to block 9th Hellfrost Chi. It really is 9th Hellfrost Chi. Hearing the Ice Fairy admit it herself, everyone realized that there was another strong opponent among the geniuses fighting for the position of Alliance leader. The 9 Nether Cold Chi was an extremely cold Chi in the world. Very few people could subdue it. Many people were frozen to death before they could even touch it. The number of people who could subdue and refine it was less than 1 in 10,000. No one on the continent had ever successfully cultivated it. The girl of the Ice Palace was able to cultivate the 9 Hells Cold Chi, which was shocking. She was able to sweep through everyone. It made sense that Tai had lost to her. Then I'm convinced. Tai came out of the formation. The surface of the sea returned to normal, but the remaining cold air was still shocking. 4th round, Ice Palace's Ice Fairy wins. Tai was eliminated in the first round. That was unexpected. It was a dark horse. Tai, why did you lose to that woman? He Tianjinren was gloating at his misfortune. Tai said coldly. When you meet her, you'll be frozen into a popsicle. Black Sky didn't dare say anything else. Even Tai couldn't block 9th Hellfrost Chi, let alone himself. It was possible that he could be frozen into a popsicle. Tai, I don't see any emotion on your face. Lin Fei joked. He felt sorry for Tai. He hadn't expected to meet the Ice Fairy, who cultivated 9th Hellfrost Chi. He was such a dark horse. Your sarcasm doesn't work on me. I accept reality. Tai sighed. There's always someone better than you on this continent. It's normal to have an Ice Fairy. I wanted to spar with you to see who's stronger. I didn't expect to meet a woman. I can't bear to look back. Is 9th Hellfrost Chi really that powerful? Lin Fei did not try to discourage him. Isn't the physical body of the Fey race incomparably strong and not inferior to that of the dragon race? Chapter 689. Even though he had never fought with Tai Yi before, Lin Fei knew how strong he was, especially his strong body. It was famous in the Demon Clan and few could compare to him. The Dragon Clan was one of them. They were born with strong bodies. Lin Fei had experienced this before, but he did not expect to meet his Waterloo this time. He had lost to a woman. I'll be careful. Lin Fei did not know much about the 9 Nether Cold Energy. It was not common on the continent either. Didn't they say that no one had succeeded in practicing it for a long time? Then he thought of Long Shao. This guy had lived for so long and was like an old monster. He should know something. Dragon King, can my sacred fire suppress the 9 Nether Cold Energy? Lin Fei had wanted to ask but was met with Long Zhao's disdain. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Even though I don't know where your sacred fire came from, you can trap me and refine me. Do you think the 9 Nether Cold Energy is your match? I really suspect that there is something wrong with your IQ. Long Shao had been holding it in for a long time, and now he finally had a chance to laugh at his opponent. Of course, he had to laugh a little and then show off a little. He had failed because of this divine flame. Even now, he still hadn't figured out the origin of this divine flame. In any case, He knew that this divine flame was very powerful, which was why he was so scared. Looks like my memory is bad. If I don't torture you for a few days, you will rebel. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know what pain is. Long Xiao immediately realized that things were not good. He had been too proud just now and forgot that he had fallen into Lin Fei's hands. This guy was going to teach him a lesson. When the sacred fire came, Long Xiao's pained voice could be heard. He was depressed. If he had known earlier, he would not have been so cocky. Stop burning. If you continue, I will die. Long Xiao had long lost his temper. If he had to say what he was most afraid of, it would be this extraordinary sacred fire. Every time he suffered, he could not resist it. Lin Fei only stopped after burning for a while. This Dragon King was really asking for a beating. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would not know how many eyes the Horse King had. As for killing him, he could not bear to do it for the time being. After all, this kind of antique was like an encyclopedia. Keeping him by his side would be beneficial. A year later, when he went to the Heaven Realm, he would at least need a guide. This kind of free guide was not easy to find. Lin Fei was clear about this matter. My divine fire can block the chill of the underworld. It looks like there's no need for me to worry about the chill of the underworld. If I run into the ice fairy, I must avenge Tai. In fact, Lin Fei was scared by himself and didn't think too deeply about it. No matter how powerful the netherworld cold chi was, how could it be a match for the worldly divine flame? Even if it was a worldly divine flame that could not unleash its true power. The fifth match, Prince Caesar of the Sea God Empire versus Black Heaven Priest of the Dark Nation. Because everyone's battle was not sloppy, it was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already the fifth match. One of the lucky ones successfully made it to the next round. This made the geniuses who had been defeated jealous. Why weren't they that lucky one? The fifth match, whether in terms of popularity or other aspects, was not as good as the previous matches. At the beginning of the battle, it was very fierce. Both of them used their strongest attacks. The two of them were equally matched, and it became a tug-of-war. The battle was not ordinary, and it depended on who could last longer. In the end, the victor was Prince Caesar, who cultivated a water cultivation method. Water cultivation methods had an important function, and that was to heal oneself. Over time, Black Sky Priest had no choice but to be defeated. If Black Sky Priest cultivated a water cultivation method, then the outcome of the battle would be difficult to predict. The fifth match, Prince Caesar of the Sea God Empire wins. At this point, the first round of selection was over. A total of 6 lucky people successfully entered the next round. They were one step closer to the Supreme Alliance leader. Rest for half an hour, then the next round. Soon, half an hour had passed. The exciting scene was about to continue. Perfected Gentleman, Sword God Young Master, Perfected Lin Fei, Ice Fairy, Prince Caesar, and the last lucky one, Perfected Chongfeng, entered the next round. 6 true geniuses. Who would be able to take another step forward and enter the final battle? Everyone was looking forward to it. The voices of Taoist Gentleman and Sword God Prince were quite loud. They believed that they could become the Supreme Alliance Master. There was also the Ice Fairy. Her 9 hells cold energy was unrivaled. She also had a chance of success. As for the others, their voices were not that loud. Long Batian personally drew the lots. The first match is Perfected Gentleman from the Xian sect against Perfected Lin Fei from the Myth City. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up. This was the scene they were looking forward to the most, even if it might not happen. But now it had appeared. He could not help but be excited. After all, the feud between Demon Lin and Taoist Gentleman had been going on for a long time. The Celestial Gate had suffered a lot because of Demon Lin. They had even lost a few half-step celestial immortals. He had even killed an emperor under the Celestial Gate in public. Demon Lin and Perfected Gentleman's meeting was the most exciting thing that had ever happened. I didn't expect them to really meet. Tai was also surprised. It was as if everything had been arranged. I'm really looking forward to it. Tai's expression didn't seem like he had been eliminated just now. Let's bet, let's bet. Taoist Erebus seemed to be addicted to gambling. He opened the bets in front of everyone. The odds for perfected gentlemen to win are 1 to 1. Those who bet on perfected Lin Fei to win are 1 to 10. Come on, I guarantee my credibility. Many people were tempted. Subconsciously, they felt that perfected gentleman would win. Whether it was in terms of reputation or anything else, he would completely crush Demon Lin. I bet 1 billion true essence crystals on perfected gentleman. Perfected gentleman, 2 billion true essence crystals. He will definitely win. A few billion true essence crystals wasn't a lot of money to them. It was just for fun. In a short period of time, there were trillions of true essence crystals. Some big shots also made their moves. Taoist Erebus was planning to have some fun, but when he saw this, he panicked. Lin Fei, you have to work hard. So many people bet on perfected gentlemen to win. If you lose, I will really be in debt. A trillion true essence crystals was an astronomical figure. Even Taoist Erebus couldn't take it out easily. He even had to sell his treasures. He really didn't expect them to be so crazy. Taoist Erebus, I bet 50 billion on Lin Fei. Nangong Qianqian smiled as she appeared. Miss Nangong is the best. Taoist Erebus smiled. However, there were very few who bet on Lin Fei. It seemed like they didn't have high hopes for him. Maybe it was because one was a half-step heaven celestial and the other was a heaven celestial. Taoist Erebus opened bets here. It was just a small bet. Everyone just laughed at it. Of course, if Demon Lin lost, they would be happy to take some from Taoist Erebus. Mosquito meat was meat too, wasn't it? On the surface of the ocean, Taoist gentleman smiled. The huge ocean formed a platform that was covered with celestial power runes. Lin Fei, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Taoist gentleman looked at Lin Fei. In his eyes, this person was just an ant. In such a short time, he had grown to such an existence that could threaten him. In his heart, he regretted killing him at the first level of the Heaven's secret treasury. If not, such a situation wouldn't have happened. Now, Myth City had become a unique power on the continent. Outsiders couldn't imitate them at all. With their endless treasures, they caused many merchant associations to pale in comparison. If he had killed Lin Fei, such a thing wouldn't have happened. There wouldn't have been Myth City, there wouldn't have been Demon Lin, there wouldn't have been an opponent for him to fight for the position of alliance leader. Everything wouldn't have existed. Lin Fei understood that Long Batian had done something. This was good as it saved him trouble. Anyway, they would meet sooner or later. I have waited a long time for this day. Lin Fei smiled. The heavens are good to us. We met so quickly. Do you know what I want to do the most right now? Taoist gentleman had an intoxicated expression on his face. I'll trample you under my feet. I'll trample your dignity, your face, and everything else. I'll use my strength to show you that your destiny is nothing but a fleeting cloud in front of me. Actually, I also want to say that in my eyes, you are nothing. You are just born into a good family. In a while, I will trample on your face and tell everyone that you are nothing. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Even though Lin Fei said so, Taoist gentleman still had a smile on his face. Then let us wait and see. Such self-restraint and quality made many geniuses admire him. Taoist gentleman was indeed worthy of cultivating the noble swordplay. He wasn't swayed by the words of the outside world. If they encountered him, it would be very difficult for them to restrain themselves. Just based on this point alone, Taoist gentleman was stronger than them. Taoist gentleman has cultivated the noble swordplay to grand completion. A gentleman's heart wins in following his heart. The eyes of an elder from the celestial gate of wonders were filled with pleasant surprise. Taoist gentleman cultivated the noble swordplay, which emphasized on the unwavering heart of a gentleman. Happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy were all contained within. Before this, Taoist gentleman's swordplay had not reached grand completion, so he would still be swayed by the outside world, unable to reach a perfect state. This last step seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. The celestial gate of Wonder's elder didn't know how Taoist gentleman had passed this stage, but he knew that after this step, Taoist gentleman's swordplay would reach grand completion. Even if Demonkin Lin had divine abilities, he would still be suppressed until he was completely defeated. Yes, sir. Taoist gentleman shouted. An immortal sword flew out, and a white-robed man strode forward. The aura of a gentleman rippled through the air, causing everyone to feel the urge to worship him. Above the vast sea, the aura of a gentleman transformed into a 10,000-kilometer-long scroll. Some people were reading, some were worshipping, and some were paying attention to etiquette. The celestial gate of Wonder's elder was once again shocked. As soon as the aura of a gentleman appears, everyone will worship him. Taoist gentleman's swordplay had reached grand completion, but they could tell that it was equivalent to raising his battle prowess to another level. Chapter 690. Back to the night before. The stars were dazzling, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Taoist gentleman, you made the wisest choice. I believe you won't forget it for the rest of your life. Tomorrow, I want you to kill Lin Fei and make him fall on Dragon Island. Lin Fei is mysterious and unpredictable. He has a backer and a treasure to protect himself. I can suppress him, but killing Lin Fei will be troublesome. On the island, the two were still sitting opposite each other. It's fine. I see that your gentleman's swordsmanship is about to reach great success. I'll lend you a hand. I believe that with your strength and trump card, you will definitely be able to kill Lin Fei. You won't disappoint me. Demon Lin is in trouble. The same thought popped up in the minds of all the big shot. The Taoist gentleman, who had reached great success in his swordsmanship, had formed a kingdom of his own, constantly influencing his surroundings. No matter how strong the person was, they would still be affected. Father, will Lin Fei be in trouble? Nangong Qianshan's face was filled with worry. It's hard to say. The demon lord still couldn't see the flaws in this swordsmanship. Judging from Lin Fei's expression, he should have a countermeasure. However, there's something strange about the Taoist gentleman's swordsmanship. It's puzzling. Although the Taoist gentleman's sword was not earth-shattering, it was still a show of strength. Whether Demon Lin could withstand it was something to look forward to. Lin Fei, because of you, my swordsmanship has reached great success. Enjoy my way of the gentleman. The Taoist gentleman laughed. I hope you won't lose too quickly. On the surface of the sea, the way of the gentleman was vast and boundless. On the sealed sea, sea beasts emerged one after another. Their violent aura disappeared, and was replaced by piety and the aura of a gentleman. What a terrifying way of the gentleman! He has enlightened the savage sea beasts. The gentleman Tao was based on the teachings of the gentleman Grand Emperor. He used the might of a gentleman to enlighten all living beings. Putting aside a sea beast, even a great villain would have to submit to the gentleman's sect, learn the gentleman Tao, and worship him. This despicable person indeed has some skills. This is the rhythm of becoming a Buddha after laying down the butcher's knife. Lin Fei's expression did not change, unmoved. With the suppression of the Akalanatha, he realized that this sword technique was terrifying. It was merely terrifying, but not to the point of making him feel apprehensive. Taoist gentleman, you're just a despicable person. Even if you've mastered your sword technique and formed a kingdom of your own, you're still a despicable person. You'll never become a gentleman. Let me tear apart your gentleman Tao. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Towering flames spread out on the surface of the sea. The flames turned into soldiers, forming a dense black mass. The army charged forward with a murderous aura. The sound of metal pierced through the air. The great army pressed on, killing gentleman etiquette. The gentleman nation formed by the enlightened gentleman was instantly slaughtered by the great army. Cities fell one after another. Etiquette should be killed. Modesty deserves to be killed. If he wasn't angry, he should be killed. The originally peaceful country of noblemen was now filled with the flames of war and chaos. This was a rebellion against a country, using slaughter to retaliate and destroy all noblemen's ways in the world. What a good sword technique, using slaughter to destroy the gentleman Dao. Everyone was shocked by Demon Lin's shocking performance. He didn't even need to attack, but once he did, he showed off his abilities. He actually wanted to destroy the gentleman nation and become a king. He was too bold. Using slaughter to retaliate was the gentleman Dao. One could see that Demon Lin worshipped strength. No matter what, he would kill first. In terms of strategy, it was completely correct. Taoist gentlemen didn't care. Killing is a sin. A gentleman's words are to lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The gentleman nation, which was originally at a disadvantage, started to reform and slaughter. Many noblemen suppressed the great army, and the situation instantly changed. As a demon, I shall sweep through the world. Gentlemen are just despicable people who wear hypocritical masks. Watch me kill them all and destroy your nation. The divine flame appeared once more, and the killing aura was even stronger than before. Flames filled the sky, and wherever the great army went, they destroyed many cities. They were truly invincible as they killed the noblemen of the world. In the blink of an eye, they descended upon the world, wanting to destroy the last resistance. When a gentleman is angry, there will be millions of corpses. However, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Convert and you can atone for your sins. Taoist gentleman's sword technique didn't stop. The gentleman emperor appeared, wanting to reform Lin Fei in the gentleman nation and enlighten this demon. Haha, it's useless even if the gentleman emperor is here. The demon has nothing to fear and will sweep through the world. What's the use of a mere gentleman emperor? A flame giant appeared above the gentleman nation. Its face was that of Lin Fei. He raised his blade and thousands of people died as he started a massacre. This was a battle of wills. Everyone's expressions changed. They didn't expect Demon Lin to be so strong. His heart of slaughter was so strong. It was truly an invincible will. Demon, what a demon! Taoist gentleman's gentleman Dao is feasible in times of peace, but when it comes to the slaughter Dao, it's slightly lacking. It can't suppress everything, but it's different when it comes to killing. It can fill the sky with blood and become a hero among men. Taoist gentleman was constantly suppressed. He was about to cough up blood. His perfect sword technique couldn't suppress his opponent's sword will. Was Demon Lin's sword will really so terrifying? Although Taoist gentleman kept using the gentleman Dao to suppress the rebellion, he wasn't the true gentleman emperor. He couldn't completely suppress the rebellion. It was just like what was said. In times of peace, the gentleman was king. Once war broke out, it would be obvious that it wasn't enough. Who had ever seen a benevolent ruler who could reform a rebel? Taoist gentleman took a step back and coughed up a mouthful of blood, which flowed down the corner of his mouth. He had completely lost in the battle of wills. This was something he hadn't expected at all. The gentleman Dao couldn't be compared to slaughter. No one could stop him wherever he went. Gentleman is a villain. Your sword technique isn't that great. If you still have any big moves, just use them. Lin Fei laughed and looked at Taoist gentleman. I admit that I underestimated you, said Taoist gentleman. Taoist gentleman said, you're even more powerful than I thought. However, that's all there is to you. Take this. Taoist gentleman opened his mouth and spat out an immortal item, which transformed into a square jade seal that blotted out the sky. Immortal runes rained down from the sky, suppressing Lin Fei from above. All the sea beasts below the surface of the sea were shaken to death, and a river of blood was formed. The moment the square jade seal appeared, everyone was shocked again. This was the mysterious gate's most precious treasure, the mysterious gate jade seal. This item isn't bad. It can be sold for some money. I'll take it. Lin Fei soared into the sky, his flame saber radiating a blazing aura. It turned into a blazing sun as it chopped down on the square-shaped jade seal. It was tyrannical and ferocious. As it neared, a dragon appeared and opened its mouth, swallowing the square-shaped jade seal. Chapter 691. Taoist Master vs. Lin Fei. In everyone's imagination, it should be a one-sided battle. The difference in their realms was obvious, but the result was too huge. First, in terms of sword intent, Taoist Master was defeated. That was already surprising. Now, the treasure of the Xianmen Gate was taken away. What the hell was going on? Here. Lin Fei smiled, and the square-shaped jade seal flew out, heading straight for the gentlemanly Taoist. This time, everyone was surprised. Could it be that Lin Fei couldn't suppress the square jade seal? After all, this was the treasure of the Xianmen Gate. Not everyone could suppress it. Once it was suppressed, the battle would be one-sided. Is there a trap? Taoist Master thought. Impossible. He can't do anything in such a short time. If the Xianmen Gate Jade Seal could be taken away so easily, it wouldn't be the Xianmen Gate Jade Seal. In order to compete for the position of alliance leader, the sect leader had specially asked him to bring it along just in case. Taoist Master reached out and grabbed it. He thought that Lin Fei had used a secret technique to temporarily block the connection, which was why he couldn't control it. As for giving up, it was because he couldn't suppress it. But when Taoist Master was about to take it, the Xianmen Gate Jade Seal turned into a mountain and smashed down on him. It was suppressed into the sea and waves splashed everywhere. He actually controlled the Xianmen Gate Jade Seal. The Xianmen Gate Elder was speechless. He had been dealt a heavy blow. The expressions of the other elders changed. In the blink of an eye, Demon Lin grasped the Xian Sect Jade Seal. How was that possible? The Xian Sect Righteous Path Jade Seal was so easily controlled? They couldn't understand or imagine it. The Xianmen Gate Jade Seal was a treasure of the Xianmen Gate. To control it, one had to have a technique. But Lin Fan had mastered it in just a few breaths? How could they not be shocked? City Lord Lin is amazing. Taoist Master Heijin was beaming. You are too admirable. You can even do this. Taoist Master Heijin is going to cry. The people from the righteous path of the Celestial Sect were already in a state of panic. Losing the Carefree Fan was still understandable, but now the four-direction Jade Seal had been taken away and controlled by someone else. They almost suspected that there was a traitor in the Celestial Sect who had leaked the technique. Lin Fei, how can you control the four-sided Imperial Jade Seal? Taoist Gentleman's attack left him in a sorry state. The mysterious Imperial Jade Seal had been passed down for more than 100,000 years. Aside from the sect leader, almost no one knew how to use it. Taoist Gentleman's face was filled with shock. Who doesn't know how to control a piece of scrap metal? Taoist Gentleman cursed silently in his heart. If anyone could control it, would it still be a treasure? You really know how to make sarcastic remarks. Lin Fei didn't seem to care. The mysterious Imperial Jade Seal flew out again, smashing into the Taoist Master and sending him into the sea. Aren't you very awesome? You can't even hold on to your own sect's treasure. What a shame. Nonsense. Taoist Gentleman was furious. He rushed up from below and was met with the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal, which smashed him down again. He was once again drenched. That's the truth. Why are you angry? It's better to experience the power of your Celestial Sect's Jade Seal. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. He controlled the four-sided Jade Seal and smashed it down on the surface of the sea. As mentioned before, this formation was set up by the dragon race. It directly sealed everything, which was equivalent to restricting the area. Taoist Gentleman was doomed. Every time the mysterious imperial jade seal smashed down, Taoist gentleman would cough up blood. His celestial immortal body was also constantly crumbling. This celestial sex treasure was really too awesome. Bang bang, bang in the sky, Lin Fei was having a lot of fun. The mysterious imperial jade seal kept smashing down, and no one knew how many times. The onlookers were alarmed. The pitiful Taoist gentleman had nowhere to run. That fiend Lin Fei was too savage. Even a treasure like the mysterious imperial jade seal had fallen into his hands, and he was still able to control it so quickly. Little fire, bite him to death. Taoist gentleman was in a sorry state. There was not a single spot on his body that wasn't wounded. A dignified celestial sex immortal was being suppressed by the sex treasure. At the thought of this, Taoist gentleman could not help but cough up blood. Helpless, Taoist gentleman decided to use his trump card to buy himself some time. At the same time, he cursed the dragon race in his heart for setting up a restricted area. Wasn't this a trap? He had nowhere to run. The mysterious imperial jade seal was too powerful. Taoist gentleman was worried that if this continued, he would die under the mysterious imperial jade seal's attack. That would truly be the greatest joke on the continent. Roar! A 10,000-foot-long red flame lizard flew out of the sea. The sea water instantly evaporated, turning into water vapor. The flames that filled the sky turned into small flame lizards that opened their mouths and bit at Lin Fei. A heaven immortal realm monster. The mysterious imperial jade seal is so powerful. It raised the flame lizard to the heaven immortal realm. This is a demonic immortal. Taoist gentleman is going all out. Seeing this scene, they were shocked once again. The mysterious imperial jade seal's foundation was indeed amazing. Back then, a monster that was comparable to a half-step heaven immortal had directly become a demonic immortal. Fiend Lin had shot himself in the foot. They had expected this day, but they did not expect it to come so quickly. Everyone knew that the flame lizard was sold to the mysterious imperial jade seal by Taoist gentlemen. Once Fiend Lin Fei was attacked, Taoist gentleman would be able to extricate himself. He still had a chance of winning. Taoist gentlemen, don't even think about escaping from the mysterious imperial jade seal's attack. Lin Fei did not react at all to the flame lizard that was flying towards him. He took out the mysterious imperial jade seal and smashed it down, not giving Taoist gentleman any chance. Hairball, hurry up and come out. There's going to be a feast. As soon as he said that, Hairball's figure appeared on the surface of the sea. At this moment, he had dispersed his Jingguang. He was no longer the nouveau riche from before. This fellow also knew how to keep a low profile. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Taoist gentleman, who had appeared once again, laughed loudly. Do you think that this little fellow can stop the flame lizard? The others laughed as well. They could not feel any aura from this little fellow, but the flame lizard was a demonic immortal, a heaven immortal. How could they not laugh? They really could not understand why Fiend Lin would use this to fight. They were confident that they would not be wrong. Harry Ball winked at the giant flame lizard. Everyone saw the little fellow open its mouth, and a huge black vortex descended from the sky. It landed on the giant flame lizard's body, and the giant flame lizard's gigantic body disappeared just like that. It's gone. This little fellow ate the flame lizard. Did I see wrongly? This is a demonic immortal. Those who had been laughing earlier now had stiff expressions on their faces. Clearly they were dumbfounded. Even demon immortals could be devoured. This was simply too terrifying. Even the big shots present could not help but break out in cold sweat. If this was to devour them, would they be able to stop it? The one who had been calm the whole time was Long Batian. A bunch of country bumpkins. How could you understand Hairball's ability? If it wasn't for this fellow, would our dragon tomb's dragon grass have been plundered? Subconsciously, Long Batian was still very resentful towards this Hairball. Unfortunately, Hairball came and went like a ghost. Even the noble dragon clan leader couldn't do anything to this little fellow. This is too domineering. This kind of pet is so king awesome. Like person, like pet. Taoist Hei-Tian was already in admiration. I remember that Hairball. Back then, the Sea Emperor sea beast that ate Montan was precisely this Hairball. Someone immediately cried out in surprise. Glutton, this is a glutton. Even Sea Emperor sea beasts and demonic immortals, this fellow won't be stuffed to death. They had all heard of the scene outside the Dragon Clan's barrier. Very few would remember the Hairball that ate the Sea Emperor sea beast. This time, Hairball was really famous, eating a demonic immortal in one bite. If it really ate a human one day, wouldn't many people be drenched in cold sweat? They were scared out of their wits. Primordial evil dragon? Young Master Sword God frowned. This was the first time he frowned because of something. But the legendary primordial evil dragon has long been extinct. Where did it come from? Rumor has it that when the primordial evil dragon reaches maturity, it can swallow planet. There's nothing it doesn't eat. Because of its gluttony, it was finally destroyed. It should be a special divine beast similar to the primordial evil dragon. After Hairball's performance, she disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the shock she left behind was unforgettable. Gentlemen, you've finally done something good and let my furball have a good meal. Lin Fei once again sent Taoist gentleman flying off the cliff. Taoist gentleman coughed up blood incessantly. He had suffered a crushing defeat that he had never experienced before. No matter how he tried to evade, the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal was like a nightmare, constantly battering at his confidence. No matter how he tried to activate his technique, he still couldn't make contact with the seal. If he wasn't restricted, Taoist gentleman would have dodged the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal's attack. He wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The immortal force in his body was constantly being consumed. Demon Lin was beating him to death. Taoist gentleman was regretful. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. I admit defeat. These three humiliating words came out of Taoist gentleman's mouth. It was easy to imagine Taoist gentleman's mood after losing to the sex treasure. Taoist gentleman actually admitted defeat. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. A dignified celestial immortal, Taoist gentleman, admitted defeat just like that. Haha, I don't have to go into debt anymore. Taoist Hei-Tian was the happiest. 90% of the people bet on Taoist gentleman's victory. A minority bet on Lin Fei's victory. How could he not be happy? Lin Fei's methods are indeed mysterious. A treasure like the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal has fallen into his hands. The mysterious Imperial Jade Seal has lost a lot of face this time. Tai smiled. Admit defeat? Lin Fei was startled. I was prepared to smash you to death and make you the first celestial immortal to die. How boring, how boring! Taoist gentleman couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei, you won this time. I underestimated you. Next time, I will definitely kill you. You won't have such a good chance. How shameless! Lin Fei had never seen such a tone after losing. He smashed the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal, sending Taoist gentleman into the sea once again. I already admitted defeat and you still attacked. Chapter 692. On purpose. It must be on purpose. Taoist master gentleman was almost angered to death. The mystic Jade Seal had fallen into Lin Fei's hands. How could he not have truly grasped it? He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. It was obvious that Lin Fan wanted him to lose face and make him speechless. Of course, Taoist master gentleman had completely lost in this battle. He had not only lost the mystic Jade Seal, the treasure of the mystic sect, but he had also lost the celestial immortal demonic beast, the flame lizard. He had lost all his face. First round, Taoist Lin Fei wins. As Lin Fei flew down from the surface of the sea, he immediately felt an intense killing intent rushing towards him. The location was where the elders of the mystic sect were. Boom! Lin Fei waved his hand and threw the mystic jade seal out. The mountain that covered the sky happened to cover the area of the mystic sect and smashed down from the sky. Demon Lin, how dare you! The sharp voice was directed at Lin Fei. Then, the voice stopped. The scene was silent. Obviously, they were frightened by Lin Fei. You have the mystic jade seal, but you don't have to torture people like this. This is to scare people to death. After all, this is the treasure of the mystic sect. Once you make a move, the power is extraordinary. Demon Lin, you are so cruel. Lin Fei put away the mystic jade seal, revealing the elders of the mystic sect. At this time, they were seriously injured. As for the other disciples, they were dead. Sigh, your mystic jade seal is really hard to control. It always has to run back. I can't do anything about it. Lin Fei's face was sad. Actually, I didn't want to. Puff. The elders vomited blood. They were obviously angered. Shameless, can you be more shameless? It was obvious that you did it on purpose. Oh no! The mystic jade seal swayed and was about to fly out again. The remaining elders were shocked. City Lord Lin, you are a famous figure. Don't make things difficult for me. The elders of the Celestial Sect of Wonders lowered their heads. How could they not lower their heads? They were injured by the Xianmen Imperial Jade Seal in one move. If it came again, they would definitely die. After all, their elders were not celestial immortals, but only half-step celestial immortals. Even if they hated Lin Fan to death, they did not dare to continue fighting with Lin Fan. They could not afford to. See, it's normal again. Actually, I didn't want to attack you at all. The jade seal of the Celestial Sect of Wonders flew halfway and landed back in Lin Fei's hand. Everyone couldn't help but want to laugh. Your Celestial Sect of Wonders also has such a day. You clearly suffered a loss, but you still have to take the initiative to admit your mistakes. Only a ghost would believe you. Just like that, Lin Fei returned to his seat. Those who had been hostile to Lin Fei didn't dare to show any hostility now. They were afraid that Lin Fei would say that he couldn't control the treasure and harm them. The only thing he couldn't figure out was how Lin Fei could control the Celestial Jade Seal so quickly. What if they bumped into him? They couldn't help but be terrified. They didn't dare to continue thinking about it. If that really happened, then they would have lost all their faith. Luckily, after Lin Fei returned, he played with the Celestial Jade Seal in his hands and didn't do anything at all. They heaved a sigh of relief, afraid that it would land on their bodies. The weirdest thing was that Long Batian always paid attention to the rules. Demon Lin had already attacked and injured him, but he didn't come out to punish him. City Lord Lin, you are really amazing. You even got the Celestial Sect's treasure. The Celestial Sect is probably going to vomit blood. Black Heaven walked over. He had won a large sum of money, so of course, he was excited. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Don't you think you should share some with me? Black Heaven wasn't cocky enough. He was stunned. Demon Lin was really direct. He tried to suck up to him. Of course, let's split it half. Everyone looked at the two of them splitting the true essence crystals. One was envious and the other was jealous. Even if they didn't become rich, they were close to it. Second battle. Sword God Sect Young Master against Chong Feng. Long Batian acted like he didn't see it and started to announce the second battle. To them, this battle should be one-sided. They were more optimistic about Sword God Young Master. His grasp of the sword path was probably something that only Demon Lin could compare to. Wind, come. The moment he went up, Chong Feng used the wind element technique that he was good at. He created a country of wind and merged into it. It was ethereal and untraceable. This Chong Feng isn't Sword God Young Master's opponent. Lin Fei played with the Celestial Jade Seal. He already knew the final outcome. Sword God Young Master was like a god. Sword energy protected his body and sword intent filled the air. Everywhere he looked, sword intent filled the sky. A sharp aura intersected. Just as Lin Fei had guessed, Sword God Young Master was really strong. No matter how Chong Feng attacked, he didn't move. Sword energy protected his body and sword intent hurt. I am going to lose. Metal and metal clashed. Sword God Young Master stabbed out with his sword. It was as heavy as Mount Tai, breaking Chong Feng's concealment technique and blowing off one of his arms. The outcome was decided. Young Master God of Swords' sword technique has already reached the acme of perfection. When the simplest attack lands in his hands, it can still display great power. All the big shots commented. True sword technique wasn't about cultivating a sword technique to the greater mastery or perfection state. That was just a kind of peak, not the greater mastery. Sword God Young Master's sword technique returned to the basics. That simple stab contained endless might. The sword intent condensed into a single point and broke through Chong Feng's technique. Second battle, Sword God Young Master wins. Both of them came down from the stage. The third battle was announced. Third chapter, Ocean God Empire's Prince Caesar vs. Ice Palace's Ice Fairy. Ice Fairy had defeated Tai with the cold air of the Nine Hells. This undoubtedly made everyone remember this girl. Would she be able to defeat Prince Caesar, who was good at fighting? Everyone was looking forward to this battle. Who do you think will win? Tai asked with a smile. You actually want to ask if Ice Fairy will lose, right? Lin Fei's words had a hidden meaning. Tai laughed dryly. Of course not. Lin Fei smiled proudly. I didn't expect a demon genius to have feelings for a cold woman. Tai glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just curious about what will happen if she encounters Prince Caesar's attack. Isn't that simple? This woman is very smart and scheming. I dare say that if Prince Caesar were to meet the Ice Fairy, he would suffer. Lin Fei was very confident. That's impossible. Just watch. Everything was as Lin Fei had said. Ice Fairy froze the sea as soon as she appeared. Cold air of the Nine Hells raged, cutting off Prince Caesar's escape route. When the water met the Ice Fairy's cold air of hell, it was a one-sided battle. Prince Caesar had a water elemental body, so he was in an even worse state than Tai. He was frozen into a popsicle, and that was not an ordinary tragedy. The Kaiser Prince had been defeated by the Ice Fairy, shocking everyone at the Ice Fairy's calculations. Every step had been within her calculations, and it was truly amazing. Third battle, Ice Fairy wins.